Good morning, ladies and gentlemen. The December 17th, 2008 meeting of the City Council is called to order. This meeting has been properly noticed and posted in compliance with the open meeting law. These proceedings are being presented live on KCLV Cable Channel 2 and are closed captioned for our hearing impaired viewers. The council meeting, as well as all other KCLV programming, can be viewed on the city's website at www.kclv.tv. The proceedings will be rebroadcast on KCLV Channel 2 and the web the Wednesday of the meeting at 8 p.m. and also on Friday at 4 a.m., Saturday at 7 p.m., Sunday at 7 a.m., and the following Monday at 1 p.m. I always make this announcement out of an abundance of caution. We have a state-of-the-art sprinkler system here in this council chamber, so should alarms activate, please go out the exits, wait until our marshals say it's safe to come back in. There's no reason to believe that that would ever take place, but we do this out of abundance of caution. So before we proceed with the agenda, would everyone please rise for the invocation given this morning by Reverend Mary Bredlow, Compassionate Care Hospice, and please remain standing for the pledge.
Let us pray. We bless you, God of the universe, for this land, for its contrasts of landscape and climate, for its abundance of wealth and opportunity. We bless you for our history with all its struggles and adversity, its courage and hope. Give us in our diversity tolerance and respect for each other, and a passionate commitment to justice for all. Bless us so that we might be a blessing to others. Bless especially today our incoming city manager, Betsy Fretwell, as she prepares to join the City Council in January. Guide this team to meet the difficulties of where to allocate funds and how to make any needed cuts in an ethical way. Bless also our entire country as the new administration prepares to lead our country at a time when so many citizens suffer economic pain. Gift us with wisdom and compassion. Amen.
Amen. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. Thanks. Good morning once again, ladies and gentlemen. This is the ceremonial portion of our agenda, and for our first item, we're going to recognize the December Employee of the Month. I'd like to ask Margot Wheeler, who is our Director of Planning and Development, to join us up here. And I'm proud. What did you do to deserve that? Come on.
I'm afraid to fight.
Oh, my goodness. I'm proud to announce that the December Employee of the Month is Courtney Mooney. Courtney? And I understand, Courtney, that your husband is here with you? Your husband here? Have him come up to join your wife for this nice celebration. Courtney serves as the city's historic, preservation officer and urban design coordinator. She's been with the city since 2003. She's been instrumental in our city's historic preservation efforts. She serves as staff support to our Historic Preservation Commission and coordinated the first Historic Preservation Roundtable this past October, which brought numerous agencies and nonprofit organizations together for resource sharing, training, and goal setting. She's also spearheaded several efforts within her department that increase efficiency. For example, she led an effort to make sure that all historic properties are included in city databases so that if work is going to be done on these properties, proper documentation and procedures are followed. This reduces plan review times and ensures that requirements are better met to protect our precious historic resources. She also sits on the boards of Preserve Nevada, the Neon Museum, and the National Preservation Action. Through her work with these boards, she is able to represent the city's goals of preserving our history. So, Courtney, on behalf of the City Council and myself, we'd like to congratulate you on being named the December 2008 Employee of the Month, and along with this very nice plaque, which is for you, you'll receive a $100 Visa gift certificate card, compliments of the Nevada Federal Credit Union, and a 1-year membership to 24 Hour Fitness, courtesy of 24 Hour Fitness and the Mulaski Group. Congratulations.
Thank you, Mayor. Courtney is the best of our fine city employees, and she's a Nevada success story, a native Nevadan. She went to an Ivy League institution to get her master's degree, but returned back to Nevada and has really placed this city in the forefront of historic preservation in the West. Her projects, such as getting the downtown cottages relocated to the Springs Preserve and bringing La Concha to downtown, have made an investment in southern Nevada that will benefit all of us, and through her excellent efforts, we are all the beneficiaries. Thank you.
Thank you, Nico.
Thank you. I truly appreciate this. I love my job. I love working for the planning department. I have incredible managers and directors who are very supportive. Margot Wheeler is always telling me that I have the coolest job in the city. And that's true, but it is mostly because of the amazingly talented and professional people that I get to work with throughout the city every day who make it so rewarding. So thank you very much.
Thank you very much. Thank you. That's great. For our next item, we're going to recognize some Ward 1 Neighborhood Association leaders for their hard work. Councilwoman Tarkanian was going to make this presentation. Unfortunately, her dad is ill, and she's up with her father and won't be able to make it here today. She asked me whether I'd be willing to take her place. She's hard to replace on this one, but I said I'll do my very best. I'd like to call these individuals up at this time. Bob Apple, who represents McNeil Estates. Bob with us? Probably in court suing us. All right. Dennis Ardine, representing Charleston Neighborhood Preservation, number 11. Jennifer Balejos, representing Vale Pittman Neighborhood Association. Fernando Coronado, representing Easy Street. Stephen Krogan, representing Scotch 80. Tiffany Hesser, representing Wesley Neighborhood Association. Eric King and Michael McDonald, representing Pinto Palomino. Rebecca Medrano, representing Sunrise Gardens. Janie Salvaggio, representing Clark Terrace. And Lynn Hansen, representing Rancho Benito. The councilwoman asked me to share with you her extreme gratitude for your volunteer efforts and for raising the bar in our city. You've all taken on leadership roles within the community, have ensured that the wonderful quality of life we have come to enjoy will continue. I know she really means that. This is a message from her heart. She has such admiration for the work that you do in your neighborhood associations. She's always coming into my office and telling me what this association did, what that association did, all for the betterment of our community. So on behalf of the entire council, but particularly, especially on behalf of Councilwoman Tarkanian, thank you very much for all you do for us. Thank you. Our next item, we'll have Councilman Ross, who's going to recognize the state champion cross-country team from Centennial High School. Councilman.
Thank you, Your Honor. Well, this is a good day for me. You know, in our previous meeting, we talked about some of the challenges we're facing as a city of Las Vegas, and we're certainly facing those challenges as a country in whole. But there's a great ray of hope and light out there in our community, and that is our youth. And today we are going to honor some wonderful athletes who hail from Ward 6 and Ward 4. I know Centennial Hills is right there on the border. Grateful to have these young men down here. I want to tell a little bit about them before I bring them up. The Nevada State 4A Championship was held November 8, 2008 at Veterans Memorial Park in Boulder City. Going into this race, Carson City and Reno High School were favored to win. the Centennial High School boys cross-country team won the Nevada State 4A championship by 1 point and ended a decade of Northern Nevada dominance. This was the first state championship for a boys team at Centennial High School's history and the first Southern Nevada team to win the state title since 1998. These young men did an outstanding job and gave a tremendous effort. Please help me and welcome these individuals. Nathan Williams, as I call you, come on down. Nathan, come on down. Nick Hartle, come on down here, Nick. Scott Albright. Devin Dane's not with us. He took an early vacation. Jason Sherman. Come on down here, Jason. Drew McDonald. Where's Drew? Casey Stagner. Casey, come on down. Now, these boys didn't do it by themselves. No, and I need to ask him. Did I miss one? Come on up here. I don't have you on my list. Bill, oh, I'm sorry, Billy Gravely. I'm sorry, Billy. I read too fast. You should have just run down here real fast. Do your parents know you guys are kind of ditching today? Your principal's here, so I guess that's okay. Now, these boys didn't do this by themselves, and I want to bring up Coach Mike McGuire. Coach, come on up here. Give him a great big round of applause. And Coach McGuire and these boys didn't do it by themselves either. They had the great support. Good to see you, Coach. They had the great support of the principal up there at Centennial High School, Trent Day. Principal Day, would you come on down here and join these wonderful boys? Now, this is a good-looking bunch of guys. And Councilman Brown, I mean, we've got a bunch of good-looking athletes and strong athletes in Ward 6 and Ward 4 throughout the entire city, because we often find ourselves honoring athletes in our respective wards and their accomplishments. These boys have done a fabulous job. It's great for us to be able to honor them. Mr. Day, where'd you go? Come on down here, dude. Mr. Day, would you say a few words, talk about these boys a little bit?
These gentlemen, not only are they outstanding athletes, they're outstanding student athletes, and we talk all the time about Centennial High School and students. We have students that have over 4.0 GPAs, as well as running and logging many, many miles in cross-country. And after attending several cross-country events, the determination and effort that they put in, not only the day of the event, but when it's 110 degrees in August, and they're training for their season, and they're running in the hills up by Centennial High School, the effort and determination that they exemplify really is the spirit of Centennial. And all the credit goes out to them as student athletes and Coach McGuire. And before I hand it back over to Councilman Ross, they would not be here today without their parents' support. And we always appreciate the parents' support as well as their student athlete. Gentlemen, I tell you all the time on the intercom every day, you're sensational, and your sensational efforts have put you here today. Thank you for being sensational students at Centennial. Thank you, Councilman and Mayors, for recognizing us for today.
Thank you, Mr. Day. Coach, come on over here, too. We want to hear from you as well. Now, as the coach is coming up here, how many parents are in the audience today? Stand up, parents. Say hello to Las Vegas. And boys, give your parents some applause, too. They support you 100%. Coach?
Thank you. We're not only proud of their athletic ability, but these young men also have a high level of sportsmanship and citizenship, which I'm very proud to take these young men anywhere, the way they represent Centennial High School, and as well as the city of Las Vegas. I was very proud of their efforts this year, and most of these boys are all coming back next year, so we're going to try to do it again for the city of Las Vegas and Centennial High. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Now, this is a good-looking bunch of young men, and I hope the ladies at home are watching, at least the young ladies. This is the future of our community. As we recognize wonderful youth groups and athletes and scholars here at City Council, I want everybody to be mindful. This is our future. And I asked these boys if they were paying attention to the redevelopment agency, because we're doing an awful lot of things here in the city. We want that to continue. So I asked which one of those fellows is going to replace me as a city councilman. Which one is it going to be? That's what I thought. That means I must be doing something right. Anyway, gentlemen, thank you very much. Keep up the good work. And again, Coach and Mr. Day, we want these boys back here next year. We can do the same thing. Thank you very much, Your Honor.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Congratulations, fellas. Thank you. Okay, we had a little bit of a blip that we have to correct here. Apparently, all of the wonderful representatives in Ward 1 were not recognized, and we apologize for that, but we're going to make amends at this point in time. And on behalf of Councilwoman Tarkadian, once again, we're going to extend our gratitude and our thanks to the following folks, if they please come up here. Jackie Alexi from the Las Vegas Meadows. Juanita Clark and June Ingram from Charleston Preservation. Chuck Godman from Rancho Springs. And Catherine Martin from Richfield. Thank you, each and every one of you. I know that we see you down at our council meetings. You care about our community. It's a wonderful thing to have people who really give a darn about what's happening in their city to make it a great place to live. And the councilwoman did herself proud in wanting you to be honored today. So happy holidays to everybody.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
For our next item, Councilman Brown will recognize a local athlete for his Guinness World Record accomplishment. Councilman.
He's back, Your Honor. One of your favorite athletes, not only in Southern Nevada, worldwide. Now, if some of you remember when Aaron was here last time, we were just recognizing his ability to do what he does, and we're going to see some video, but more so his recognition not only in the state of Nevada, but countrywide and now internationally. He has become an inspiration for people all over the world. On October 25th, we were invited out to Doc Romeo Skate Park, where Aaron was about to set a Guinness World Record for backflips in a wheelchair in a skate park. So, Aaron, following him, come on up here. Aaron is... And if you remember, Mayor, last time we gave him the mic, he took you on.
I know we did. Don't give it to him again, please.
But a little bit. 17 years old. He has been skating locally. In fact, Bunker Park is where he made his debut. And I've known Aaron. Aaron's older brother, Brian, I coached him back in T-ball, Little League. Aaron had crutches when he was 4 or 5, and he'd be the most active kid in the world. His parents would have to go chase him down a half mile away. And now, literally, he has become an international celebrity. He's traveled worldwide. He dines with kings and queens. But seriously, he has been on ESPN, the X Games. He is literally, we hear and read letters that he receives from parents all over the world for the inspiration he's been to their children. As a wheelchair athlete, and I use that term because Aaron doesn't even acknowledge the wheelchair. This video you're about to see, I do want to preface it with this. Being there live, and if you're familiar with the skate parks, this one is tilted downhill. Aaron literally started from the top, went down full speed, as you'll see, and did a flip in his wheelchair, and there had never been done before. So he literally set the record, which we'll see today. But there was it a 5-minute time frame? What was the... He had to go at the bottom, then back up. He constantly wanted to do 2. He knew he was going to set the record, but he wanted to do 2 because he knew no one would ever break it. And what you'll see is the success and also what happens when he didn't set number 2. And I'm going to make a comment on that later on. But this young man not only has represented himself extremely well, his family, Kaylee and Steve, if you want to stand and be recognized as parents. Proud as a city resident, and certainly what you brought to this city for yourself and recognition internationally. So, David, if we could show the world record being set.
Cheer now, guys, let's go! Let's make some noise!
How about that?
45 seconds, man. Plenty of time. Plenty of time.
That's a world record. And as Aaron is making his way back up, and it's a pretty significant slope.
35 seconds. Plenty of time. Plenty of time. 30 seconds. 25 seconds. 20 seconds.
There it is. And he kept going back up that hill for number 2. What did we do? 3, 4, 5, 6 times? Everybody was tired. You were the only one that wasn't tired. But just remarkable. And I asked David to show the second run because it was his determination not to be satisfied with a world record. He wanted to keep pressing it and pressing it and pressing it. And he's got a following in town. There are a couple hundred people out there, you know, the finest looking women in town were there to watch Aaron, all his skate buddies and his friends from the neighborhood. And he literally has become a hero, and deservingly so. What he has done with his life and his drive and his goals, he simply wants to be the best. And I am very proud to know Aaron, the family, and it certainly brought a lot of recognition to our great city. So, Guinness World Record holder, Aaron Fotheringham.
That was my stunt double in the video. I just like to thank my family and my support, Joe and Allie, for just making all of it possible, and just all the help I've gotten from people in support. It's just, and these guys, real nice, but yeah.
Well, here, let's do it this way. Here's the key to the city. Wow. And when we give the key to the city, we do it from our hearts. This is something that we do from our hearts, and we want you to know every time you look at it how fondly we feel about you and how proud we are that you're one of us. And we really appreciate all of the positive recognition that you've brought to this great city of Las Vegas. And on behalf of the entire City Council, I'd like to present you with this key and tell you that if you go to the Mirage after 2 o'clock tonight, you'll be able to open up all the slots. All right, that's terrific. Nope. That should be it, but it's not it. Today is a bittersweet day. This is the day that our good friend, our colleague, somebody that I think we could say love, admire, respect, is having his last council meeting with us. And that's Councilman Larry Brown. Councilman won the county commission race that he was in last month, and he's leaving us. And we're sad to see him go. We really are, because he brings something to this council that I don't know will ever be replaced. He brings a certain intellect. He basically is the creator of our whole parks program as we know it today, with the wonderful fields for everybody in our community, the seniors, women, little kids, athletes, non-athletes. He has something in his parks, and everybody else has adopted that in their parks, which is a part of him and which will live on long after any of us are around, because it's a very special part of this metropolitan area. He also has been the watchdog of our budget. During our budget sessions, we follow his lead. He's been insightful as far as recognizing the various issues that have confronted the City Council on a monetary basis, and we're certainly going to miss him, his guidance, his genius, his commitment to the city. And I'd like everybody to please look at the video. This is going to be very special. It's a video scrapbook of Councilman Larry Brown.
Our own Councilman Larry Brown not only got into the act, but got dunked into the water.
The festivities today, the celebration, I feel like I'm a part of City Hall now. I've got a lot of friends here. It's just wonderful.
Everybody that lives in the city of Las Vegas should be very proud. We have one of the safest and a nationally recognized fire department. And sometimes we take that for granted. So each and every day we should be thankful for the fire department the city has put together. And again, to our community, to my friends out there and their families, have a great Thanksgiving Day holiday. From our family to yours, I hope everyone has a safe and happy holiday season, and may all your dreams come true for 1998. Thanks.
Wow. 220 pounds.
That's great. That's great. And we have a proclamation today, and I'm going to read it because it's a proclamation for an extraordinary human being. This is from the City of Las Vegas Office of the Mayor and the City Council. Whereas on June 23rd, 1997, Lawrence L. Brown III was sworn into office as the Ward 4 City Council representative for the City of Las Vegas. The city has been privileged and honored to have Councilman Brown as a representative for nearly 12 years. His hard work and dedication will leave a mark on the residents in Ward 4 and the employees throughout the city. And Lawrence L. Brown III received his bachelor's degree from Harvard University. He enjoyed a collegiate career as pitcher of the baseball team and as quarterback of the football team, and was inducted into the Harvard Athletic Hall of Fame for both sports. He became a professional baseball player which ultimately brought him to Las Vegas. And as an aside, he is the only person ever to have played in AAA baseball who has his picture on the front of a card and there is nothing on the other side of the card. And whereas Councilman Brown has worked diligently to improve and protect the communities of Ward 4 in the city of Las Vegas, as an advocate for parks, open spaces, trails, and community centers, the councilman believes these amenities reflect our commitment to preserving the quality of life for our citizens and visitors. And Councilman Brown was elected to the Board of County Commissioners on November 4, 2008 to represent District C. Although still representing the constituents of Ward 4 and the communities in the Northwest, Lawrence L. Brown III will be sorely missed by the Mayor and Council and the employees of the City of Las Vegas. And Councilman Brown is married to his beautiful wife Celeste and is a devoted and loving father to Larry Jr., Jonna, and Shannon. And Celeste couldn't be with us today. She's on her way back to Puxatawney, Pennsylvania, with their son Larry Jr. And I assume that Jonna and Shannon are attending classes at Centennial because they have to keep their grades up since they are a phenomenal duo on the Centennial Women's Bulldog basketball team, with Jana being all-state, and her little sister, who's not so little anymore, Shannon, scored 11 points yesterday. Is that correct? Shannon had, what, 18? And Jana had 18 and Shannon had 11? Yeah, which is phenomenal. Sisters playing on the same ball club. Just a great credit to a father who never misses a basketball game, who never misses a softball game, who never misses a volleyball game, who's been by his kids ever since I've known him, never to miss an event involving them in their school and their athletics. So therefore, Larry, we, myself and the members of the City Council, do hereby take great pride in honoring you, and we ask all the citizens of Las Vegas to join with us to wish you farewell and best wishes in your new position. And all the folks up here, including Councilwoman Tarkanian, have signed this. We're going to have the opportunity to give you a little bit of a roast under our recognition of council members at the end of the day. So don't relax, because I'm going to blast you, buddy. But the Councilwoman, because she wasn't able to be with us, she asked that I express her sentiments towards you. She says it's not only been an honor and privilege to serve with you, but also a great learning experience. How fortunate we've been to have your cerebral comments hold us in focus as items become complicated, and to have you share the city's historical information to bring matters current. I'll greatly miss your kindness as you offered guidance and, of course, the sports talk and ice cream cakes. We will all miss you greatly. The county is so fortunate to obtain your abilities. Doggone it. And as I said to our hero over there, when we give the key to the city, we give it with a great deal of love and affection. It's a piece of our heart that we extend to the recipient. We do this with a great deal of sincerity, with affection, with love and devotion. And Larry, the key to the city of Las Vegas. So you think of Mr. Barlow and Mr. Reese, Mr. Wilson, Mr. Ross, Mr. Arcanian, and the old gray mayor here, very, very fondly. Yeah. Stick around, folks. He's going to have a lot to say by the end of today, okay? And we're going to let him have it pretty good.
I do want to just in case.
Okay, just
quickly. And I will reserve some comments towards the end of the day, but I wanted to certainly thank Your Honor and my colleagues and Councilwoman. It's truly been a pleasure, not only serving with you as our City Council, but serving the citizens. What makes this so rewarding, see in that video, I think it was opening Durango Hills Pool, and Mr. Day, that was Shannon I was holding in my arms, and having the family be able to see them grow up as a city councilman. And it's great interacting with people like Aaron, and so many wonderful Las Vegans that make this job worthwhile day in and day out. There's a silent majority out there. I've talked to you, Mayor, about this before. I truly believe this, that we often hear and read about the criticism towards local government, and that's the easy part. It's easy to sit back and criticize, to be the Monday morning quarterback. But there's a silent majority out there in Las Vegas that appreciate what we're doing, that this council, as long as we continue to be transparent in our decisions and our policy making, and communicate with our residents and let them into City Hall and let them understand what we do and why we do it, and the difficult decisions and the easy ones, I believe that silent majority will continue to support us. They love Las Vegas, just as our mayor and council love Las Vegas. Those are the people that we serve. Those are the people that, although we don't hear from them or read about them or the good stories that are happening like the RDA, that's what Las Vegas is all about. That's why it's been an honor to serve on this council in perhaps one of the greatest periods of our history, with all the growth and all the opportunities, and being able to do the Kellogg's Airs and the East Las Vegas Community Center and the Centennial Hills, so many great things. They're legacy projects, and not ward-driven, but consensus of this council, a commitment to the quality of life in Las Vegas. Without that consensus, without that focus that we have as a council to serve the people, we would not have been successful as we have been. So those are my brief remarks, Your Honor. I want to thank certainly everyone in Ward 4 and throughout the city It has truly been an honor to serve here in this building. Thank you.
Thank you. Oh, my goodness gracious. I don't even want to think of it. Sure. We could do that, can't we?
We didn't have one.
You didn't have a certificate for everyone? All right. Thank you.
Thank you again. Good to see you.
Sherry. No, just keep it up there.
You okay? Okay. I know. Okay. All right, I will call item number 9. Any items from the morning session that the council staff and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time. Mayor Pro Tem.
Thank you, Your Honor. We have one item this morning, item 59, is R74-2008. Staff's asked to strike. Are there any other items? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion to bring this item forward and take appropriate action, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 10 is approval of the final minutes by reference of the regular City Council meeting of November 19th, 2008. May I have a motion to approve that, please?
I move to accept with seeing no additions or deletions.
All right, thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Councilor Brown, I'm going to wait till you're seated for this one. Here we go. Item number 11, discussion and possible action to fill the Ward 4 City Council seat effective January 4th, 2009. Before we take the motion, there is an agreement that there will be a, what do we call it, a caretaker? Is that what it is? Caretaker, who will be representing the interest of Ward 4 until such time as a permanent council person is elected to fill the vacancy created by Councilman Brown's leaving us to go to the County Commission. The understanding with anybody who would accept this appointment is that it is an interim temporary appointment, and the person who is designated as the caretaker for the period of time that they will be serving has an understanding with the City Council that that person would not seek the position by way of a vote or ballot. And with those terms and conditions, at this time, I give Councilman Brown the privilege of recommending to us who his successor will be pending an election on the next ballot, I believe, in June.
Thank you, Your Honor. As we have done in the past, as far as this caretaker role, I thought it was extremely important this time around. This position is essentially going to be sitting and serving Ward 4 perhaps for 3 months, because in our municipal cycle, if candidates in the primary, if a candidate in the primary receives 50% plus one vote, they are elected. Or it may be upwards of 6 months through the June cycle, the general election. What was important to me was, and I learned this in the past when we have replaced interim council appointments, is the need for some continuity and some consistency, and certainly an awareness and understanding of city operations and Ward 4 projects. And I've been fortunate because my planning commissioner, David Steinman, fulfills all those criteria. He has been very, very active on the Planning Commission. As a retiree, I'll get into some of his background, but as a retiree, he has been able to dedicate a lot of his personal time to go out and visit project sites, to work with our planning department and our public works. Certainly has done a wonderful job serving Ward 4 residents as a planning commissioner. And he has been on the Planning Commission since March of 2004. He's also served as chairman of the Centennial Hills Architectural Review Committee. He's graduated from the City of Las Vegas Citizens Academy, retired in '99 from Mellon Bank. Most of his career was in real estate financing. He now is living in Sun City, Summerlin, and likewise has been very active in that community. As a board member, the chief of their security patrol, also serves on the Architectural Review Committee in Sun City. David is a graduate of Bowling Green State University in Ohio, and he and his wife, Madeline, have lived in Las Vegas since '99 and love Las Vegas and only travel back to Ohio to see the grandkids. So I feel very, very comfortable in recommending to this board David W. Steinman to fill the Ward 4 City Council seat effective January 4th, January 4th, 2009. And I would ask that this council extend David every opportunity to come by and sit down and get your thoughts and your guidance as how he could be as effective as possible in serving for the next 3 to 6 months. That would be in the form of a motion, Your Honor.
Thank you. Any discussion before we vote? All right, then let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations, Mr. Steinman. Why don't you come up? You know, it's always a tough decision as to whether you're going to put a caretaker in or you're going to put somebody in on a permanent basis. And it was a feeling of the council that in order to create a level playing field for an election, that it's appropriate to have a caretaker in this particular instance based on the time frame. And I have to tell you that I've gotten to know you as a very decent, smart, caring citizen, and I know we're going to be able to all work together for the betterment of the community, so we look forward to your being sworn in. When will that be, Bev? The 7th? January 7th. Even though the appointment is effective the 4th, you may not do anything between the 4th and the 7th, because you won't be sworn in until the 7th.
Oh, thank you. Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
You can drink with me,
Well,
but other than that, nothing more serious.
thank you.
Okay, congratulations.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, members of council, staff, thank you for this honor. It's especially an honor to follow that gentleman there. I mean, you cannot replace him. He's an incredible human being. But all I want to do is fill the spot for 6 months, if that's what's asked of me, and do the job for the Ward 4 residents. I came to Las Vegas in '99 expecting to do nothing but play golf. 3 golf courses in Sun City. It was set up perfectly. I don't play anymore. I'm too busy. I could not retire. I started in the business 47 years ago. I started my career, and I'm still working, and I enjoy every minute of it, and I look forward to the time with all of you. And thank you for this. Appreciate it.
Thank you very much, and happy holidays to you. Items 12 through 43 are on our consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the departments and may be enacted in one motion. I believe there's been a request to bring item 43 forward for discussion. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Are there any other items we need to be forward for discussion? Hearing none, Your Honor, make a motion we approve items 12 through 42 with all conditions, please.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 43 is R 72-2008, approval of a resolution adopting a process for coordinating with the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe to establish development standards for the area north of Moccasin Road. This is in Ward 6. Mr. Perigo.
Your Honor, I'd like to introduce an amendment, if it's okay with you.
Certainly.
Amend lines 7 through 9 on page 2 to read the following. To seek the assistance and cooperation of the Las Vegas Paiute Tribe in developing and adopting such design standards, including the use of the city's best efforts to include within those standards the following. Your Honor, with that amendment, this item is in order, and we recommend approval.
Very good. Are there any questions of Mr. Perigo or any comments? All right, seeing none, Councilman Ross.
I would follow staff's recommendation for approval, Your Honor.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Item 44 is a public hearing regarding general obligation bonds additionally secured by pledged revenues not to exceed $105 million that will be used to construct a performing arts center in Union Park in Ward 5. This is a public hearing which I now declare open. Ms. Falder?
Mayor and Council, Candace Falder, Acting Chief Financial Officer. The item you have before you is a City of Las Vegas Public Works project. It's a partnership with the Smith Center. The total project is $350 million. This item is for the issuance of general obligation revenue bonds pledged with the 2% car rental tax. It's one of 4 parts of the total funding. I'm available if you have any questions.
Any questions of Ms. Falder at this time? All right, seeing none, Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor, I would like to...
I'm sorry, it's a public hearing.
Okay.
Pardon me. Would anyone wish to be heard on this item? It's a public hearing. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Barlow.
Yes, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation. However, I did.
Yeah, we don't need, there's no need for a motion. It says, it's just a informational item.
Okay,
Public
well,
hearing.
that's fine. Well, just for clarification, because I did receive an email asking why were we using general fund dollars to fund the Smith Performing Arts. So if you will, for the record, explain the difference between the general fund and then the general obligation bonds for clarification for those that are listening and have that question to decipher the two.
Yes, Councilman. These are general obligation revenue bonds. They are pledged with the revenue from the 2% car rental tax. The state has authorized the county to levy 2% tax on car rentals. The car rental fee does not apply to if you or I had to rent a car because we have an emergency in ours to get repairs. We would not be paying that as a citizen of Las Vegas. But the 2%, the county levies it. It can only be used to construct a performing arts center. It cannot be taken to construct anything else. The county does not wish to do the performing arts project, so they have entered into an interlocal with the city of Las Vegas to provide us with the 2% revenues for the performing arts. We will issue the bonds. We will use that 2% to pay the debt service on those bonds that we issued. It is not general fund revenues.
Great. Now, thank you for that clarification. Thank you, Mayor.
Very good, thank you. All right, thank you. We'll move on to item number 45. 45 is a report and possible action on the 2010 federal legislative agenda, which of course applies to all wards. Mr. Olivas.
Good morning, Mayor Goodman. For the record, Ted Olivas, Director of Government and Community Affairs. I will provide you this morning a brief overview of our federal legislative agenda. The plan, as you know, is the result of discussions that we've had with each of you, the City Manager's Office, as well as each of the departments, with Vicki Cram, our federal lobbyist. The plan is similar to what we've had in previous years. I believe that each of you has the document. It is basically set up to include our appropriations requests, our legislative issues, other legislative topics of interest, public lands. There's a new section on the transportation reauthorization projects, and a summary of our 09 appropriations matrix. As you know, this is the document that is used by Vicki to lobby on our behalf back in Washington, D.C. It's also used by the federal delegates and their staffers to know the things that the City of Las Vegas wants and how we feel about certain federal topics. In terms of our 2009 appropriations, we haven't received any at this point. This summer, the appropriations process ground to a halt, and nothing has happened at this point. The federal government is operating on a continuing resolution through March of 09. There will likely be an omnibus spending bill that may or may not include some of the requests that we had last fiscal year. And we had at that time $400,000 for our copper wire theft task force, as well as $500,000 for the Bonneville-Clark one-way couplet. Those were both at the request of Senator Reed. In terms of our 2010 appropriations, and there are tabs for each of these, the first one is a second request for money for the Bonneville-Clark one-way couplet, which is a public works request, and this project will convert Bonneville Avenue and Clark roadways to an east-west one-way couplet system between Main and Las Vegas Boulevard. We're asking for $3 million for that. Our second request is for a sustainable solar project. This project is for a solar photovoltaic demonstration and community education project. We're asking for $850,000 for that to install solar at the new Development Services Center, which is located on 95 and Rancho in the Atrium building. We're asking for $15 million for Phase 1 of the Regional Public Safety Complex. As you may recall, 2 years ago we asked for the same amount for this project. That money did not go forward, so we're asking for that again. Of course, you know this is a complex that's located on the 55-acre parcel that's located on Wallapai and the 215 in that area. Phase 1 of that project will be for the architectural design and construction of the Fusion Center and the Armor facility. The fourth request is for a sustainable neighborhood pilot program. As you know, the City of Las Vegas has been working diligently over the past 10 years to incorporate sustainability into our policy and our programs. This request and this program will make improvements to low-income neighborhoods and provide an opportunity for on-the-job training for a new regional home energy performance program. We're asking for $1 million for that. This is a request that we made last year as well, as you may recall. The next request is for an urban forestry program. We are the largest city in the West Coast without an urban forestry program. We asked for this money last year as well. Currently, there are several city departments that are working together to implement such program, but we are asking for $500,000 to help us out in that regard. And finally, our last appropriation request is for a foreclosure prevention partnership program. I don't need to tell any of you about the situation that we're in. We're asking for $1 million to bring together government agencies, housing counseling agencies, banks, and nonprofits with the goal of providing prevention education and mortgage modification assistance to homeowners in an effort to prevent foreclosures. The next section that you have is legislative issues. That's the A to Z kind of hot topics for the City of Las Vegas that provides a detailed position on how we feel about those positions. It ranges from...
Yes. Mr. Liebes, I don't have anything. I'm looking at my backup here and I don't see anything.
There should be a book.
Oh, you mean the one behind my computer? Thank you, Mr. Liebes.
I thought you were getting it through osmosis. So the legislative issues is an A to Z listing, things from affordable housing to federal preemptions and unfunded mandates and transportation, Yucca Mountain, those things that we feel very strongly about, and we make a statement for each of those. We have some new items that we've included into that section. We've included an item on economic recovery legislation. We need something to help us out. Home foreclosures, public pool safety, and some other items that you haven't seen in the past. The next section is a section that is another list of legislative topics that don't make our major list, but it's a list of things that allows Vicki and her team to know when those topics come up that we need to be notified. You all get the emails each day on things that are going back in Washington, and that's a reflection of that list of items that we have that team reviewing. We have a section on public lands, and that includes a number of items, including, of course, our support for the passage of the Nevada Cancer Institute Expansion Act. We've worked with Congress since 2006 to try to get this legislation passed. We know that there is widespread support for this legislation, so we're hoping for the swift passage of that bill in the 111th Congress. This section also identifies our support for amendments to the existing disposal boundary of the Southern Nevada Public Lands Management Act, as well as potential legislation to allow for the sale and development of land associated with the Las Vegas Paiute Indian Tribe Reservation, an item that Tom Perigo mentioned earlier, and a list of other items related to public lands. A new section is the Safety Lou reauthorization, which relates to transportation projects. We have 3 priorities in there. The first one includes north-south capacity improvements adjacent to I-15, so we're trying to free up and reduce the traffic in that area. We're asking for $20 million. We're asking for $20 million for a Summerlin Parkway widening project. We're asking for $20 million for the Sheep Mountain Parkway. There's a great deal of detail on all of these projects. You're well aware of these projects and others that Public Works has been working for years on, essentially. The year ahead, the 111th Congress is, of course, expected to hit the ground running with President-elect Obama at the helm. We are working diligently to get information back to Washington for our ready-to-go projects. We, of course, have submitted 2 lists, one through the U.S. Conference of Mayors, as well as through the RTC to NDOT. As I mentioned, the Safety Loop projects, September 30th of 2009 is the sunset date for the authorization of all highway and transit programs, and Congress will be rewriting a massive surface transportation bill. This is the big transportation bill. And we're hoping that Congress is going to address mortgage foreclosure prevention, housing preservation, climate change, and health care issues in the next year. These, of course, are all things that the City of Las Vegas will be actively engaged in. Subject to your approval of this plan, we'll be having discussions with our federal delegates and their staff members to know where we stand today and where you stand relative to federal activity that's taking place back in Washington. I'd be glad to answer any questions.
Thank you, Mayor. Ted, this is just perhaps a comment to Dr. Selby and Mr. Cervantes. Today's paper, I think, talked about this stimulus package and a real focus on public works, public infrastructure, job creation, those projects that are ready. So I would just ask that the city, and I will certainly bring this message to the county, that as RTC in the state, that we as a community, we've been so successful in the past when we approach things regionally. But this in particular, there seems to be an opportunity, certainly with our delegation and the influence they have back in D.C. If we are on the same page with, I know we have projects ready to go, but as a region, if we go into the next few months when this is better defined, I think we can reap the benefits as long as we are speaking with one voice. So Dr. Selby, Ms. Fretwell, if we could start that dialogue, especially within our public works departments, so we are not competitive, but we are speaking on behalf of the region more so than just a project.
I can address that. It's already underway. The managers are all talking and sharing lists and putting together a regional approach.
It's fantastic.
Any other comments or questions? Any other comments or questions? I was on a panel which was at the invitation of Senator Reid yesterday on renewable energy, and we talked about some renewable energy projects for the city, and it received an awful lot of positive attention. So if you could follow through with the Senator's office on the projects which were suggested by Mr. Perigo, and see whether or not we can get some funding. They're big-ticket items, there's no question about that, but they would create jobs, both directly and indirectly in the community. As far as the stimulus package, Councilman Brown, we suggested to the Senator's staff, and there will be further discussion between the manager's office and his staff on the funding of 3 major projects in the downtown area as part of our redevelopment. Once again, big-ticket items, but items which would be definitely within the parameters of the stimulus package. I was lucky, and will be speaking on behalf of the City of Las Vegas. I was just appointed by the Conference of Mayors to be on the Main Street stimulus package committee, where we're talking about monies coming into cities to be used in their inner core in order to build the infrastructure and projects along that line. And I'll be going back to D.C. at the end of January to participate in that discussion. And the only other thing that I think we omitted here, at least generically, was foreclosure prevention dollars. That's something that I think we should definitely try to seek. I think that Washington has done everything backwards on this one, and if they could get us some money to help people from going into foreclosure, I think it would be a lot better spent than taking over homes that have already been foreclosed with people out on the street.
Mayor Goodman, you're absolutely right, and we've done a few things in that regard. One is we're asking for $1 million to do that because they haven't come up to the plate and performed to the level that we think is appropriate, at least for our community, as you know. And we've also added a few sections in here and under our legislative issues to address that in more detail.
Well, I'd rather have our citizens get more than $1 million and not bail out automobile manufacturers, to be honest with you. But thank you very much. Can I have a motion to accept the report, please?
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow Mr. Levis's recommendations and the comments made by by council members and the mayor.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 46 is discussion and possible action on the ratification of Christopher Knight as Director of Building and Safety. Dr. Selby, did you want to make this presentation about Mr. Knight?
Mayor, really no presentation to make. Mr. Knight has been acting as an interim Building and Safety Director pending him obtaining his certified building official credential, which he has. So I'm happy to recommend him to the council for ratification.
All right, thank you. Is there a motion? Yes.
I would like to make a motion if I could, but I do have a couple of comments I want to make before I make my motion. I think that when Mr. Knight took over as interim planning director, I think he had an idea of what he was getting into, but I really believe that Mr. Knight has come in there and really made main strides in trying to unite the building department in with our constituents, the people that live in the city of Las Vegas, do business with the city of Las Vegas. And I've heard a lot of positive comments made of Mr. Knight. I think he's done a fantastic job as interim planning director, and I feel quite confident that if we do allow Mr. Knight to be our planning director, that he will continue to put into place what Mr. Wilkins started while he was our building director.
Thank you.
Mayor Goodman?
Yes, please, Councilman.
I just wanted to comment, Mayor, that when Chris came over and sat down in my office a couple of days ago, and we had a pretty nice chat for about 30 minutes, and I came away with a really good feeling about this move because of two things. Number one, you showed to me a real care and concern for serving our constituents, for serving our building and safety needs, and then secondly, a real care for our employees. These are tough times, and this is one of those departments that has been hit probably the hardest, the Building and Safety Department. So you've got some tough decisions and some tough work ahead of you because of the economic reality. At the same time, I'm confident that in the next while, 6, 12, 18, 24 months, whatever that is, when we turn around, and to use the expression that seems to be used this morning a lot, ramp up, and our development comes back and your department ramps up again, that you're the right man for the job. So I just wanted to express my appreciation and wish you the best.
Mayor Honor,
yes,
before Mayor Pro Tem, I just want to know, Mr. Knight, what took so long?
There was this test.
I'm just kidding. And I do want to point out, too, that I think, Mr. Knight, you shared with me that the electrical portion of that test from the NEC was actually the easiest.
I wouldn't say the easiest. There's something strange about me that I actually understood it.
Oh, there you go.
Okay. Any other comments or questions? Well, why don't you succinctly state your philosophy that you expressed to me the other day as to how you see your role as far as the director of building and safety.
Well, yes, sir. Thank you. The philosophy that I've been trying to bring to the Building and Safety Department is that we don't regulate development, we don't intimidate it, we don't dominate it, but we facilitate it. And I want to thank the council for considering me for this position. I want to thank Dr. Selby and his management staff for having the faith and confidence in me to put me in this job in an interim position, in an acting position, to give me 6 months to learn this and to pass my certification for certified building official. But I think that we have a very great department. There are some wonderful people in the department. I have learned a great deal. The staff of the department have taken a huge effort in helping me to understand building and safety. Every day our staff shows up to work, and they work hard, and they do what they have to do. And a lot of people think of the Building and Safety Department as a development department. And in the 6 months that I've been there, and some of my fellow directors are getting already kind of tired of hearing it, but we're not a development department, we are a safety department. The Building and Safety Department You see in a lot of publications and magazines pictures of firemen carrying someone's pet or someone's child or rescuing someone from a burning building. I would tell you, with all due respect to the men and women of our fire department, who are great men and women, that that photo opportunity is not possible without the work that the Building and Safety Department does. The fire blocking, the fire-resistant construction requirements, even as Councilman Ross alluded to, the electrical. We have low-voltage electrical wiring that actually some of that wiring, if it burns, puts off toxic fumes. And it is stuff like that that the people of Building and Safety are looking at every day and making sure that there are people who wake up in their homes in this city every morning safe, and that their homes protect them from the elements and the things that are out there. And I'm extremely humble, and I'm very proud to work with a group of people that's as dedicated as they are to their jobs. They have a Silent Defender Award that they give to building and safety officials, and I can tell you, to the person in that department, they all deserve it, because they all work very hard in a lot of anonymity as to what they do. And from time to time, Mayor, you may hear about what we do, but you can rest assured that the department views its role very serious when it comes to life safety issues. We also will be working with the Southern Nevada Home Builders Association and the AGC and organizations such as NAIOP, who are represented on our Enterprise Fund Committee, and we view those private sector folks not only as customers but our partners in helping to build a safe development and have safe development in our community. I want to thank my fellow directors, especially Mr. Vincent and Mr. Marcella, who have worked, Mr. Vincent from a financial standpoint, because as Councilman Wilson alluded to, we do have some tough decisions ahead of us. And Mr. Vincent and his department have been trying very hard to help us understand the Enterprise Fund and our financial circumstances. And Mr. Marcella, who has been very supportive in helping us to automate our department so that we can provide better customer service to the residents of Las Vegas. And last but not least, Mayor, if you'd allow me, I'd like to thank my wife. She's watching on TV. I wasn't going to do that. But she's been with me for 28 years. And
that's unbelievable in and of itself.
That's just unbelievable.
I mean, let's call a spade here.
And actually, I wish she was here, because it'd be a much more pleasant experience having her up here than me. But I just want to thank her, because she's been there for that 28 years, and through the good and the bad, and many times the bad has been stuff of my creating and something that she didn't deserve. And I really am appreciative of her.
Well, that's very nice.
Thank you.
Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes.
Mayor Pro Tem, if you don't mind, I just want to make just one comment. At least we know who to go to once Mr. Knight acts up here at the city to get him in line. So I want to thank your wife also for being your stronghold.
I won't mention it. Chris, again, I know that during these times, I don't know whether people out there in the audience or the people at home watching this realize just where your budget comes from. And we are in dire straits because we don't have that much new construction going on. So I think out of all the directors, I think you've got a tougher ball to roll. So just know that we got 7 people up here that will help you if we can.
Thank you.
And with that, Your Honor, I make a motion to appoint Chris Knight as our building director, building safety director.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Congratulations.
Thank you.
Item 47, discussion and possible action regarding a proposed budget for the design and construction of Phase 2 infrastructure on Union Park, located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway. Capital Projects Fund, Redevelopment Agency 2008 tax-exempt bonds, Union Park Phase 1 infrastructure bonds, and land sales in Ward 5. Mr. Adams.
Good morning. Scott Adams, Director of the Office of Business Development. This is a request for approval of a budget for completion of the balance of infrastructure on Union Park. Well, the second phase, which is most of the balance of infrastructure, the only thing this won't do is build the bridges that cross over the railroad track from one side of downtown over into Union Park. It's $52.6 million. Most of the source of this would be the interfund loan that you previously approved. There would be a little bit coming out of existing bonds that were already approved for Union Park, and then the balance from land sales. Now, this breaks down into hard costs of streets, curb and gutter, underground, off-site utilities, and soil remediation. Those are the real big expenses that this rolls up into. I will tell you, while this is a not-to-exceed budget that we're seeking, we are managing with Newland to control how this gets spent. We'll be coming forward to you later with individual initiatives coming out of this, tying it better to development as it actually occurs on Union Park. We are not experiencing any significant delays right now in any development on Union Park, but we clearly can build this infrastructure faster than developers can build buildings. So we are going to look at how we can better time it so that we're only doing what we have to and then waiting for the rest until they actually start to come forward with their individual proposals block by block. So that's what this goes for. It's an authorization not to exceed budget, and commit to you that we'll be managing this as wisely as we can in tying it to development as we move forward. Staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Adams or any comments? Councilman Barlow?
Yes, Mayor. With that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, subject to all conditions.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Item 48 is discussion and possible action regarding a proposed budget submitted by Newland Communities, LLC for the design of Phase 2 infrastructure on Union Park located at 100 South Grand Central Parkway. This is $1,317,500 Capital Projects Fund in Ward 5.
This is actually an amount. This is another budget that is provided to Newland Communities in their effort to assist the city in the managing of the development of Union Park. It is for $1,317,500. It's part of the $52.6 million that you just approved. But in the past, for disclosure, we pulled that out and made it explicitly in a separate agenda item so that the public sees just exactly what goes into the management of this on the part of Newland Communities. This will go into some fairly routine expenses, design management consulting, some engineering design, and landscape and streetscape design that is done on a routine annual basis as part of that $52.6 million, and staff recommends approval of this as well.
Thank you. Any questions of Mr. Adams or comments? Councilman Barlow?
Yes. Mr. Adams, if you will go back for a second in respect to the amount of dollars that we previously allotted the Newland Communities, exerting the million proposed today. Explain the difference.
Okay, there is, in the prior approval, you approved a not-to-exceed budget of $52.6 million. Inside that budget, there are consulting fees that are all part of putting in place a great deal of infrastructure. In fact, let me, just to better illuminate, I think this might be an appropriate point, given your question. If I get the overhead real quick. There we go. This is a map of Union Park showing the master plan and all the blocks layouts. The dark blue on the left side is that infrastructure you've already approved. It's already under construction. The right-hand side, the light blue, is the next phase of infrastructure that you just approved in the $52.6 million. That includes the streets, the curb and gutter, the underground utilities, and soil remediation, not just that under the utilities and under the streets, but individual private site soil remediation that we're committing as part of our sale of properties. As part of that, there are consulting expenses that we fund for Newland Communities to assist us in that effort. Some of the things that they're doing as part of this $1.3 million are design management consulting. There's a lot of work as we move forward with each of these pieces to make sure that all the details are in place that are meeting the overall design standards you've approved for Union Park. There's some consulting assistance on a lot of the new LEED effort that we're involved in. There's a LEED consultant that's working with us to make sure each of the projects that come forward and all the work we're doing meets LEED standards. And there's some engineering design work. One of the things that when we get done with Union Park, there will be a master association, like a homeowners association for Union Park, that will manage Union Park. We'll be out of it. It'll all be owned by private property owners and a master association. There's an effort to ensure that all of the utilities are tied together so that all of the infrastructure on Union Park can be properly managed by this master association. So there's some design work involved in tying all those utilities and all that work together for the master association as well. So these are things that Newland's doing in their role as our consultant, and then they have to in turn hire other third-party consultants to help them out do that.
So at the end of the day, with all of the utilities tied in and the infrastructure in place, how much approximately would we have invested in the Symphony Park, if you will, development?
In Union Park or the
Union
news?
Park.
It would be, you've approved bonds already of roughly $40 million, cash and bonds. With this, we'll do another $52 million, so that would be roughly $92 million. In perspective, and we need to put that number in perspective, the real estate value of Union Park is probably in the vicinity of $150 to $200 million, and the build-out project value of Union Park is in the $6 to $8 billion range. So these costs are well in line with the ultimate land value of the project and the ultimate build-out value represented by each of these developers building their respective lots.
Okay, I can appreciate that, and thank you for that clarification at the same time. Mayor, I would like to move at this time to follow staff's recommendation of approval of this item subject to all conditions. That would be my motion.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Thank you, Mr. Adams. Item 49 is a report from the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities on new initiatives, 2009 proposed legislative package, and upcoming legislative issues.
Good morning, Your Honor, Mayor,
Good morning.
members of council. For the record, David Fraser, Executive Director of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. I'm also a member of the Board of Directors of the National League of Cities representing Region 8, which is the West Coast. And after I say a few words about what the Nevada League is up to, if you'll indulge me, I'll put on my National League board hat and mention a few things that the National League's up to on the federal level. Before starting, I want to thank the city for all the support it's been of the Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities. Most of you have been active in one way or another in the league. I want to thank especially Councilman Brown and Dr. Selby, who at present sit on our board of directors, and of course, as they're leaving the city, we're going to miss them a great deal as well. I appreciate all the kind things that have been said today, and I certainly couldn't overstate the impact that they've had on the league in a positive way. So, again, I thank both of those gentlemen for their service in that capacity as well. The Nevada League of Cities and Municipalities of course, we have the upcoming legislative session. We have 5 bills that are going forward on behalf of the League of Cities to the legislature. I'm going to mention just each of those just briefly, and Councilman Brown did ask that I hold my comments to under 90 minutes today. Something about savoring his last meeting, I don't know. But in any case, we have 5 bills. It should be mentioned that while we do play some offense up there, we play an awful lot of defense. And issues such as the redevelopment, which has been a major topic here today, will be very important to, it'll be very important that the League is actively engaged in that in this session, as well as all of our member municipalities, that everybody take an active role in that and help the legislature.
Did you hear Mr. Adams' presentation this morning?
You know, I heard not all of it. I came during his presentation.
I think it's worthwhile because of the importance that you'll be playing up at the legislature for you to get a tape of it and really see the whole presentation. It'll be about, it's a 45-minute presentation, but it just encapsulates everything good and real about redevelopment. And I think you need that kind of background in order to defend it and protect it.
Thank you. Absolutely. I intend to do that. And Scott, of course, is a wealth of information and knowledge on that topic, so appreciate all that he does there. Having said that, again, it will be an important session for Nevada's cities, and we appreciate that we're all pulling in the same direction on that. Just to mention our 5 bills, our bills were pre-filed on Monday, and they're available online at lag.state.nv.us under the 2009 session on pre-filed bills, bill information pre-filed bills. Assembly Bill 79 on behalf of the League of Cities deals with city elections and makes various changes as requested by the City Clerks Association. Assembly Bill 80 deals with underground excavation, and we had a major victory on this just yesterday as the Public Utilities Commission was attempting to make some temporary regulations that were egregious to cities and counties. And the Legislative Commission, well, I'll just say the Public Utilities Commission withdrew that regulation from request at the request of the chair. I guess that's probably the most diplomatic way to put that. AB 80 and AB 80 will be the League's attempt then to go in and kind of seek closure to some of those issues. There are a couple of other bills on that issue which really take extreme positions on either extreme. The League's bill is a more, I hope people will find a more agreeable solution to the issue as it tries to strike some compromise between those extremes. So we'll see how that goes. Assembly Bill 86 on behalf of the League of Cities grants general authority to local governments, to voters, local voters, to impose or increase taxes and fees in a manner that leaves that in the hands of the local voters. We think that that'll make it a lot simpler for the voters in any given community, be that the City of Las Vegas or one of our other committees, to not only make their desires and wishes known, but to actually then take action as voters to see that happens. Assembly Bill 97 on behalf of the League of Cities governs transferring functions between one unit of government and another, and calls for the making of regulations to govern how those transfers take place. Senate Bill 87 on behalf of the League of Cities revises the blending of, it's a GASB issue, and revises the blending of retiree and active rates within our systems. Just to quickly put on my National League of Cities hat, again, having the opportunity presently to be serving my first term on the Board of Directors in my second year representing the West Coast of the National League. The National League has really, I guess I'm really kind of proud to report, let me indicate first and then head to where I was going to head, but one of the big ticket legislative issues was mentioned earlier here as well, and that is the stimulus package. Specifically, the National League is working, Specifically, the National League is working to see that cities can become direct beneficiaries, direct recipients of those monies. And I apologize, I've got a little bit of a frog in my throat, but in addition to that, the National League has reached out to the presidential campaigns, and early on during the campaign reached out to thank you, Councilman. I appreciate that. Early in the campaign, reached out to both campaigns, and in fact, the National League Board met with representatives of both campaigns in our summer meeting last summer, which was held in Alabama. As a result of that, we're now able to have established a relationship with the Obama transition team and have direct communication there, and have had many in-depth discussions on how city issues, how their administration will affect city issues, and what the National League of Cities can do to partner with the new administration. It's been a really positive experience, something that I think the National League has done proactively in a very good way, that puts us in a good position to have really, I think, our best working relationship with the presidential administration in a long time. That will, of course, not only affect things that happen administratively, but as legislation is formed there, that will only strengthen the National League's ability to impact those issues as well. With that, Your Honor, I've tried to keep my comments short purposely, and I appreciate your time. If you have any questions about anything I've mentioned or not mentioned, I'd be happy to take those.
Thank you very much, Mr. Frazier. Are there any questions?
Yes, Mayor.
Yes.
Mr. Frazier, you mentioned AB 80, 86, 87, and 97. What was the bill that you mentioned in regards to the elections?
The elections bill was AB 79, Assembly Bill 79.
And what exactly is that?
That does a number of things, and again, that was requested by the City Clerks Association. That does several things. For example, that allows for mail-in ballots to take place in areas where there's only one ward involved, or one candidate, or one issue. Allows for a mail election to take place in that. It has some various cleanup language involved in that. Addresses the primary situation where one candidate draws 51% of the vote, makes it general to all cities that candidate is then declared the winner, as I understand it is in the city of Las Vegas, and some various other things. And I would, and again, the various other things, the reason I'm painting such a broad picture is they're mostly cleanup language, housekeeping. Thank you, Councilman Barlow, for speaking up. I do want to recognize Councilman Barlow's good work at the National League on the Community Economic Development Committee, and we appreciate his involvement there. Councilman Wolfson's also getting involved in the, as I recall, the Public Safety and Crime Prevention Committee, so we appreciate his work there as well.
Well, Councilman Barlow spoke to me about being appointed as our representative to the Nevada League of Cities, and of course that's looked upon by myself very favorably, so you'll be working very closely to him.
Outstanding.
Okay, thank you very much. If there aren't any further questions. Thank you.
Thank you again.
I appreciate it. Okay, item 50 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of JPM Mart, Inc., John P. McGrail, as franchisee for beer, wine cooler off-sale license, subject to the provisions of the fire codes and health department regulations for 7-Eleven of Nevada, Inc., doing business at 7-Eleven store number 34007 at 7785 North Durango Drive at Suite 155. This is in Ward 6.
Mayor and members of council, Carol Meyer, Finance and Business Services. Mr. McGrail has submitted a completed application, met all of our requirements to be considered as temporary approval of the franchisee for this beer, wine cooler off-sale license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions, Ms. Meyer? Gentlemen?
Good morning, Mr. Mayor, Council. Sam Vasili on behalf of Greenberg Traurig, here on behalf of the applicant, and with me is the applicant, Mr. McGrail.
Very good. Any questions of any of the gentlemen? All right, thank you. Councilman Ross.
Thank you, Arnie. You guys open?
Yes, they are.
Business booming?
We hope so.
I mean, you hope so.
This is an existing 7-Eleven franchisee right now.
Okay. I would move to follow staff's recommendation, Your Honor.
Very good. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome. Item 51 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of change of ownership of a tavern license from Lightman Gourmet, LLC, to Courthouse Bar and Grill, LLC, doing business as Courthouse Bar and Grill, 330 South 3rd Street, Suite 100. This is in Ward 3. Ms. Meyer?
Members, Mayor and members of council, again, the applicants have submitted completed applications and met all of our requirements for consideration for temporary approval of this change of ownership on this tavern license. And their attorney, Mr. Gutwald, is here to answer any questions you may have. And my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Very good. Yes,
Good
sir.
morning. Dennis Gutwald from the law firm of Brownstein, Hyatt, Barber, and Schreck at 100 City Parkway. I'm here on behalf of the Courthouse Bar and Grill and John and Shirley Isaacs, its owners, and if you have any questions, I'm here to respond to them.
All right, thank you very much. Are there any questions?
Have you read the conditions?
Pardon?
Have you read the conditions? Do you agree with the conditions?
We do.
All right.
Mayor Goodman, I'm sorry.
Yes, I was going to say that this is your hangout.
It is.
And
I just
anybody
want-
who wants to meet with Councilman Wolfson and chat with him and start off a dandy day should meet him over at the Courthouse Grill. About what time, Councilman?
Thank you, Mayor Goodman. May I ask Mr. Scott a question in that vein?
You better abstain.
I have breakfast at this establishment probably 4 or 5 days a week, during the week in between the very early morning court appearances. I'm a regular there having my English muffin and peanut butter and honey.
Oh, wow.
And
you're paying for the breakfast.
I
and
pay
everything
every
else.
time. I'm a big tipper, so is there any issue here?
You're fine, Councilman, as long as there's
No conflict there at all.
You're fine.
Across the street from the courthouse, what can I say?
I'll make a motion to follow staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please. With all conditions.
Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, and thanks to the staff.
Welcome. Item 52 is, that was 52, correct?
This is a companion item.
Oh,
This
okay.
is the
52.
gaming.
Discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new restricted gaming license, Courthouse Bar and Grill, doing business as Courthouse Bar and Grill at 330 South 3rd Street, Suite 100. Yes, Ms. Meyer.
Mayor and members of council, this is the companion gaming item 251, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Very good.
I'll make the same motion, Your Honor, with the same conditions.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed?
Need to vote.
Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thanks a lot.
Computer.
Item 53 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a change of business name and a change of ownership for beer, wine cooler off-sale license for Dash Mesh Oil Company, doing business as Guru Express Mart, to Shortline Express Market, doing business as Shortline Express Market at 6698 Sky Point Drive in Ward 6. Ms. Meyer?
Mayor and members of council, again, the applicants have met all of the criteria we require to seek temporary approval of this change of name and change of ownership on this beer, wine cooler off-sale license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
All right, notwithstanding the fact that they're not here?
I don't have a problem with them not being here. They have several locations in town
Okay.
that they're already licensed for.
Fine. Councilman Ross?
And then, thank you, Your Honor, they're okay with all the conditions. We would follow staff's recommendation, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Item 54 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new beer, wine cooler on-sale license for Yummy Grill and Sushi at 7331 West Lake Mead Boulevard in Suite 105. This is in Ward 1.
Mayor and members of council, Mr. Kim has submitted a completed application and met all of our requirements to be considered for temporary approval of this beer, wine cooler off-sale license at this existing location. My recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions, and he's here to answer any questions or tell you about his restaurant.
Very good.
Good morning, Mayor and all councilmen. My name is James Yu, 2560 Montessori Street, 208, Las Vegas. With me here is an applicant, Mr. Young-Sup Kim, to answer any question if you have.
Thank you very much. What's your specialty?
I have 140 different special orders, and then I have
140 different
40
what?
special orders, and then I have like live fish in my restaurants.
But before we eat them...
I make chef for you, sir.
Okay.
Thank you.
Very good. All right.
Does the applicant understand the conditions?
Yes, he does.
Okay. I move to follow staff's recommendation with all conditions, please. On behalf of Mr. Arkanian, who is not here today.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you very much.
You're welcome.
Good morning, Mr. Yu.
55 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new martial arts instructions license for Victory Martial Arts Vegas, Inc., doing business as Victory Martial Arts Vegas at 3211 North Tenaya Way in Suite 104 and 105. This is in Ward 4. Ms. Meyer.
Mayor and members of council, again, the applicants have submitted all the requirements that we ask for to be considered for temporary approval of this martial arts license, and their key employee is here to answer any questions you may have. My recommendation would be approval subject to all conditions.
Thank you. Yes, sir.
Yes, sir. I'm David Inman, the key employee with Victory Martial Arts, and I'm here to answer any questions you have, sir.
All right. Do you teach them yourself?
Yes, sir.
I'd be scared of you.
Thank you, sir.
All right. Any other questions? All right. Councilman Brown.
Thank you, Your Honor. Move for approval, subject to staff conditions.
All right, let's vote.
Good.
Post.
All right, thank you.
Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
Item 56 is discussion and possible action regarding temporary approval of a new Class 3C secondhand dealer license for M.J. Christensen Diamond Center at 8980 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 2.
Members of council, again, the applicant has submitted all documents required by our office to be considered for temporary approval of this Class 3C secondhand license, and my recommendation would be approval subject to all and any conditions.
Really?
Yes, I'm the owner of M.J. Christensen Diamond Centers, and we use this second-hand license for brokering estates and buying back jewelry from our guests that no longer have a use for it.
Right, would you identify yourself for the record, please?
Cliff Miller, owner of M.J. Christensen Diamond Centers.
Any questions? One, do you still have it?
What's that? I've got it.
Has it gone down?
Absolutely.
I'm going to talk to you about it.
Okay, let's do it. This is the year. I need the help.
Now, so there's no misunderstanding about where
This is my agenda item.
This is a personal matter between the gentleman and myself.
Not for long.
Okay.
May I be heard?
You may.
You know, it's not often that we get to kind of turn things around here, but out of deference to my colleague, Mayor Goodman, I won't go into it. May I ask, in all seriousness, I've been in your establishment, I think you know that, and
yes,
you're kind of tucked away a little there in Boca Park, but
right.
This is your chance to plug your business a little, where you're located. And
yes, located there at 8980 West Charleston, and we're right across from P.F. Chang's. And again, when we bought the property, I was level with P.F. Chang's, but when they graded it down for drainage, it has got us sitting in a hole. And of course, we miss our neighbors. Seastone Grill and Tweeters are gone, so we're a little lonely there now. But the community is wonderful and very supportive. So we've been. My wife and I became sole owners 2 years ago. Great timing. But we're trying to persevere this year and really enjoy the community.
I was in your jewelry store just a few weeks ago. I think one of our local radio stations was sponsoring a drive for charity, and I stopped by, and Alan Stock greeted everybody at about 6 o'clock in the morning, and your store is beautiful.
Oh, thank you.
It's too bad it is a little hidden there, but it's right on the corner there at Charleston, so I'd encourage everybody to go in and buy and shop and buy.
Boy, this week, we've got to do it.
Great. My motion is for approval.
All right, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Item 57 is discussion and possible action regarding a 6-month review for temporary approval of a change of business name and change of ownership for a tavern license for the Square Apple at 1000 East Sahara Avenue, Suite 105. This is in Ward 3. I know Mr. Picciotto for, I guess, since I came to town for 40 years or so, and I feel that I really could not sit without some bias for him, so I'm going to abstain.
Thank you, Your Honor. Mr. DiFiore, please.
Mayor, members of the council, the item that before you today for this 6-month review comes with no area of concern on the business operations of the tavern license that Mr. Picciotto operates.
Oh, excuse me, and I'm also involved in some business activities with Mr. D'Onofrio, so I'm double abstaining.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you.
The application today is based on an area of concern that was developed in the Metro report
but I want to explain that a little bit. It is not necessarily on any reflection on Mr. Peixoto. Mr. D'Onofrio has invested or has loans out to Mr. Peixoto in the amount of $225,000, which has been used to invest into the business. Mr. D'Onofrio has submitted to me an affidavit that he says he has no connection with the operations or has no interest to exercise influence in the Square Apple at all. The city code allows me to grant a waiver on a principal, and in this case, as a lender of the investment for the business, he would be a principal. It allows the director to waive the suitability investigation on Mr. D'Onofrio. What I do need to seek from council today would be to have a condition placed on the license, but I've asked Mr. D'Onofrio to attend with Mr. Peixoto to be able to explain to the city council so they have a comfort level that my granting of the waiver of this will be heard.
Sir?
Yes, sir. I'm John Peixoto. I'm the owner of the Square Apple. And there's Jim D'Onofrio. He's the gentleman who loaned me the money.
Jim D'Onofrio, 5410 Cameron, owner of Trident Construction. To tell you what went on here, I'll give you a history of it. Me and John Peixoto grew up together. Our mothers pushed us in baby carriages 70 years ago together. John, when I first came to town, helped me out. I'm a developer, I'm a contractor, and that's what I've been in Vegas, pretty successful. I sold some buildings. John came to me about a year ago and said he's got some health problems, which he has some major health problems, and he needs to get income coming in. Could I help him loan him some money for his health problems and to do what he wants? And I said, sure. That's what friends are for. And I did. I loaned him $20,000, $30,000, a couple of periods of time, up to $200,000. He's a friend of mine. I have no interest in the business. I can't be in business because I'm a developer and I'm dealing with lenders, and lenders are not crazy over people in bar businesses doing projects. I explained that to the investigator. I said I'd come here and speak to you, and you can ask me any questions. I have no operations in the business. I don't want anything to do with the business. If John pays me back, fine. I have no hold over the business and no notes that say that he has to pay me back at a certain time or any time. If he pays me back, he's a friend. And I loaned it to him as a friend, and that's what I wanted the council to know about it. That this was done in friendship. It's not done as me as a lender or me would have any influence in the bar business. I don't want any influence. I have enough problems being the developer. I don't want to be in the bar business. But any questions that you have of me, of where I got the money, I told the licensed people, I showed it to them where the money came from. I sold some buildings, thank God, and I had some extra money, and I gave it to John. And John can use it the way he wants to do it and pay me back any way he wants.
Thank you. You're a great friend.
Thanks. Well,
we all need friends like you.
Well, John's a great friend, too.
That's serious.
John's a great friend, too.
Thank you. I don't have any problem, Mr. DeFiore.
Okay, I'm just going to make that a condition, recommendation of a condition of the permanent license, that Mr. D'Onofrio have no operation in the involvement in the day-to-day operations of the business, and no influence over the long term of the license.
And he agrees to that, so that's fine. Any other questions? Any comments? I move to follow staff's recommendation with all conditions, please.
Motion carries. Good luck, fellas.
Thank you, gentlemen.
Item 58 is R73-2008, discussion and possible action regarding a resolution consenting to the undertakings of the City of Las Vegas Redevelopment Agency in connection with the Entertainment Visual Improvement Program agreement between the RDA and T. Brio, Roman numeral 2 LLC owner, and DTM on Fremont LLC tenant, and EVIP participant located at 517 Fremont Suite 110, to be in compliance with and in furtherance of the goals and objectives of the RDA. This is in Ward 5, and of course this item is related to the RDA item earlier this morning, item number 4. Stratus.
Scott Adams, also Business Development. This is the City Council companion resolution, consent resolution to the VIP item that you took up at the RDA meeting this morning for the Don't Tell Mama Visual Improvement Program request. By your approving this item, you'll be making the actions of the RDA effective, and staff recommends approval.
Thank you. Are there any questions? Councilman Barlow.
Yes, Mayor. Move to follow all staff's conditions for approval.
All right, let's vote, please.
Thank you.
Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 60 is Park and Recreation Advisory Commission. The term of Aisha Jones, which expires December the 11th, 2008. This is Councilman Reese's appointment. Ms. Jones says she can no longer be able to serve on the board. So, do you have anybody in mind?
Thank you, Your Honor. We have a gentleman by the name of William J. Teal, who has served on other committees, and he wants to serve on this committee, so I think we'll give him a chance, and my recommendation is going to be to appoint William J. Teal to the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Item number 61 is the Senior Citizen Law Project Advisory Board, the term of Roy Thomas, which expires January 5th, 2009. We have an option. We could appoint a new member to represent a private citizen seat, since Mr. Thomas is no longer eligible to serve, having term limited.
Good morning, Mayor,
Vogel,
Council.
how are you?
Fine, thank you. Sugar Vogel on behalf of the Senior Law Project. It's our recommendation that Mr. Ben Graham be appointed to serve the vacant seat of Mr. Thomas. Mr. Graham is now a private citizen. He's recently retired from the Clark County District Attorney's Office after 31 years of distinguished service. He's very active in the community and the legislature, and he has agreed to serve on the Senior Law Project Advisory Board, and we recommend his appointment.
Is there counsel here? Mr. Graham, I consider him to be a very good friend of mine.
Does your relationship with him somehow interfere with your independence of judgment that you couldn't unbiased?
Well, if he did something which was abhorrent, I'd probably turn my head, but...
You probably need to abstain.
I see, because he's such a good man, and he gives me... He and his wife make chocolate chip cookies for me every Christmas season.
Yes, and I must note that they have promised to bake those chocolate chip cookies.
Even if I have to
citizens.
abstain?
Yes,
All right.
you'll still receive
I'll
them.
abstain then.
I haven't received any.
Oh, dear.
Oh.
I'll be sure to note that to
Just
Mr. Graham.
disclosing.
Mayor Goodman, may I, please?
Yes.
First of all, I know Ben Graham very well as well. He was my first boss when I moved to Clark County 28 and a half years ago. But I have a kind of a serious question for you, Mrs. Vogel. Have you seen an increase in your clientele in the last 6 to 12 months? Because I know a lot of your clients are on fixed incomes.
Yes, they are.
And with the recession we're in and the tough times we're in, I would have to think that your clientele, the number of people that are coming through your doors, has increased.
Yes, Councilman, they have. With the downturn in the economic times, we have seen an increase in them needing assistance, financial assistance primarily.
What can you do for the seniors when they come in and they say, I need help? Here's your opportunity to give a little plug.
Well, we try to provide quality legal services. It's just that, unfortunately, there's just not enough legal services that we just can't do enough for them, because right now they're facing this mortgage problem and this crisis with mortgage and now with credit cards. And we find many of our senior citizens have been charging medical expenses on their credit cards. So what we've been doing is kind of discussing pre-bankruptcy with them and protecting their assets, primarily seeing what we can do to protect the assets that they do have and work with their lenders. And we do anticipate an increase again in 2009.
How do you promote, Mayor, if you don't mind, just me taking another minute or so, how do you promote your department through the city? How do you let people know that are out there that you exist?
Well, we are on the city's website, and I must say that through word of mouth and the work that my staff has done on behalf of senior citizens in this community and through the legal community, we work very closely with the other free legal service providers statewide in trying to attempt to meet this challenge. And I also have recently been appointed a trustee by the Nevada State Supreme Court, and the Supreme Court is very sensitive to the needs of our seniors and very supportive of programs like the Senior Law Project and the City of Las Vegas for sponsoring this valuable program. It's a challenge. We're in a challenge together.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Yes, Your Honor. I move to follow Ms. Vogel's recommendation on Mr. Graham as a member of our new board.
Thank you.
Opposed, please. All right, motion carries.
Thank you very much. Happy
Item 62 is the Oversight Panel for School Facilities. Councilwoman Lois Tarkanian's term expires December 31st, 2008. I've heard from her staff that the councilwoman is not desirous of being reappointed, but I haven't confirmed that with her, so I'd like to obey this to the next meeting, please. And if any of the members of the city council would like to serve in that capacity, assuming that the councilwoman doesn't want to, please let me know. I would appreciate that. All right, the motion is to obey it to the next meeting, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item number 63 is the Park and Recreation Advisory Commission, the term of Kyle Stevens, which expires January 8, 2009. Mr. Stevens wishes to be reappointed, and this appointment was initially made by Councilwoman Tarkanian.
I would move to reappoint Mr. Stevens.
Very good. Let's vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 64 is Building and Safety Enterprise Fund Advisory Committee. Brooks Williams is deceased, representing the commercial development industry and the public officer of the Department of Building and Safety for the City of Las Vegas, who directly oversees the operation of the Enterprise Fund. And it's a recommendation of the City Manager's Office that Chris Knight be appointed as the public officer vacant seat, and the appointment of Robert W. Potter to replace Mr. Brooks Williams. Unless I hear something to the contrary, that would be my motion. All right, hearing nothing to the contrary, move to appoint Mr. Knight and Mr. Potter. Please vote. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 65 is Regional Transportation Commission of Southern Nevada, the RTC Advisory Committee on Bus Bench Shelter Construction and Maintenance. The terms of William McCurdy, which expires January 4th, 2009, and Mel Irwin, expires January the 4th, 2009. The procedure is to reappoint Mr. McCurdy, reappoint Mr. Irwin, or appoint a new member to either of those seats. May I have a motion? Originally, Mr. McCurdy's was a Councilman Brown recommendation, and Mr. Irwin was a Councilwoman Tarkanian recommendation.
Your Honor, on my appointment, I would just hold this in abeyance till January 7th and have the council talk to Mr. Snow at the RTC, find out if Mr. McCurdy wants to be reappointed, and or if there are other names that the RTC would forward to the City Council.
Councilman Brown, if you don't mind, I had a conversation with Mr. McCurdy, and I believe he was trying to reach out to your office because he did share with me that he was interested in being reappointed. So I'm not sure if he was able to get through or not, but that was a conversation I had with him as of Friday.
All right. So you want to obey that to the next meeting?
I'll track down. That would be my recommendation, but I will talk to Mr. McCurdy over the next few days.
And Mr. Irwin?
I'm moved to hold it in abeyance also.
Okay. So to the next meeting, we'll hold both of these appointments in abeyance. Thank you very much. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. Item 66 is Bill number 2008-56, updates the prescription of certain city ward boundaries to reflect changes in precinct numbers or descriptions made by Clark County Election Department as a result of annexations or otherwise. Councilman Barlow, do you wish to have the bill read?
Yes, Mayor.
Thank
you. Bill number 2008-56, an ordinance to update the description of certain city ward boundaries to reflect changes in precinct numbers or descriptions made by the Clark County Election Department as a result of annexations or otherwise, and to provide for other related matters. This bill was heard by the recommending committee yesterday, and in between when it was introduced and yesterday, we identified an additional precinct to go into Ward 5. That's precinct number 2968. It's a vacant precinct, but out of caution, we want to include it in the list, and so we recommend that as a First Amendment.
Thank you very much. Councilman Barlow, your motion, please.
Yes, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation.
Thank you. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Items 67 and 68, which are bills 2008-54 and 2008-55, are eligible for adoption at a later meeting, so we'll move on to the new bills. New bills, items 69 through 73, bills 2008-57 through 2008-67, will be heard at the recommending committee meeting on Tuesday, January 6, 2009. Would you be kind enough to read those bills, please?
Yes, thank you. Bill number 2008-58, an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to the laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. Bill 57 also. (2008-57), an ordinance to extend the boundaries of the city to particularly describe the land to be annexed, to make its inhabitants subject to laws, obligations, and benefits of the city, and to provide for other related matters. (2008-59), an ordinance to update remedies and procedures pertaining to enforcement of the city's rights in drainage easements and provide for other related matters. 2008-60, an ordinance to establish a framework for transitioning the licensing and regulation of child care facilities within the city to the Nevada Bureau of Services for Child Care, to conform certain definitions to those used by the Bureau, to provide a prospective repealer of the city's child care regulations, and to provide for other related matters. And Bill number 2008-61, an ordinance to amend the city's solid waste regulations concerning mandatory waste collection service requirements and to provide for other related matters. I do need to indicate that regarding Bill number 2008-60, we had lodged with the clerk a business impact statement as required. Unfortunately, the one that we scanned into the electronic record is incorrect, so we have copied those for you and asked that that be officially made part of the record.
All right, thank you very much. And the item should be amended to read Bills 2008-57 through 2008-61. Always right, I told you that. Okay. Councilman Barlow, will you be available?
I will be.
Very good. I'm going to assume that Councilwoman's that everything will be fine with her, and I'll assign both the Councilman Barlow and Councilwoman Tarkanian to review these. And the council meeting is in recess until 1 o'clock. Thank you. 11:30. Okay.
We're not going to do that PowerPoint thing. Oh, sure. And the good thing here is we're 1,500 feet anyway. Sure.
Yes, sir. It is.
Okay, good afternoon, ladies and gentlemen. I have a special treat for those who are here, for those who might be viewing our cable Channel 2. And we have the Magical Singers from Centennial High School. They were kind enough, at the instance of Councilman Ross, to join us today, and they serenaded me for about 45 minutes, and I'll tell you, I had the best 45 minutes that I've had in the last 10 years, and I'm going to ask them to come into the center if you can, because that way you'll be able to be on TV. And they're going to perform my favorite. I love this song. I never heard it before today, but it was the greatest. They have all the old favorites. They have Hanukkah songs. They have Christmas songs. They got a little something for everybody, but no, this is the best. You didn't hear this one. This is the best. I think they should face that way so they can be seen. Yeah, I think you're in good shape. That's great. And this is going to be the hippopotamus song. You're in for a real treat.
I can see me now on Christmas morning, creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy, what surprise when I open up my eyes to see my hippo hero standing there. I want a hippopotamus for Christmas. I don't think Mom and Dad will mind. Do you? It's not so good for him, of course, not to cock around. And feed him there, and wash him there, and give him his massage. I can see me now on Christmas morning, creeping down the stairs. Oh, what joy and what surprise when I open up my eyes to see my hippo hero standing there. No crocodiles or rhinoceroses. I only like hippopotamuses. And hippopotamuses like me too. I want a hippopotamus for only a hippo will do.
All right. One more, please. One more. It's too much of a treat. One more, and then we're going to ask the wonderful ladies and gentlemen to join us in City Hall and go through the entire building, hitting each floor at a time, and singing a song or two for all of our staff, and they'll be in a much better mood to negotiate contracts.
Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bells swing and jingle bell ring. Snowing and blowing and bushels of fun.
Yep, jingle hop.
Now the jingle hop has begun. Jingle bell, jingle bell, jingle bell rock. Jingle bell chime and jingle bell time. Dancing and prancing in Jingle Bell Square in the frosty air.
What a bright time, it's the right time to run the night away. Jingle bell time, it's a swell time to go riding in a one-horse sleigh.
Giddy up, jingle bells, pick up the sheep, jingle all around the clock. Mix and mingle and a jingle and beat. Shoo-be-doo-wop, That's the jingle bell shoo-be-doo-wop. That's the jingle bell shoo-be-doo-wop. Doo-wop, doo-wop, doo-wop. That's the jingle bell rock.
Thank you very, very much. Thank you very much. Have a very happy holiday season. Remember to drive safely. That's very important. Enjoy yourselves, but be safe. And 2009 will be a great year for all of you, and keep up the great work. Thank you so much for being here.
Thank you. Thank you, kids, for coming down. We'll see you soon, okay?
Thank you. Betsy, do they know how to navigate through the building? Terrific. Very good. Okay, item number 74, any items from the afternoon session that the council, staff, and/or the applicant wish to be stricken or held in abeyance to a future meeting may be brought forward and acted upon at this time?
None, Your Honor.
All right, that's easy. Item 75. Oh, boy. Be nice. All of a sudden, you got rhythm. I've been sitting next to you for 10 years. You had no rhythm. Today, you got rhythm. It's unbelievable. I know. It's almost a happy rhythm that you have today. Items 75 through 85 are on the consent agenda. They're considered to be routine. They're recommended for approval by the Department of Planning and Development. Do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda items 75 through 85, please?
Yes, Your Honor, with all conditions, please.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion
Your Honor,
carries.
I do need to make a correction. I forgot. On items 78 through 82, they show they're in Ward 5. We're actually in Ward 3.
All right, thank you. The record will reflect that then. Thank you. All right, items 86 through 88 may be considered in one motion, one vote. They're considered routine public hearing items with no condition changes. All public hearing items will be opened at one time. Any person representing an application or a member of the public or member of the council not in agreement with the conditions and all standard conditions for the application recommended by staff should request to have that item removed from this portion of the agenda. Number 86 is RQR 30328. The applicant owner is SDL Inc. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise sign, a billboard sign at 1205 East Sahara Avenue in Ward 3. 87 is RQR 30358. The applicant owner is Teddy Enterprises and Associates. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 50-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 3421 West Sahara Avenue in Ward 1. And number 88 is RQR 30360. The applicant owner is GGP Ivanhoe Roman numeral 2 Inc. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 51-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 4300 Meadows Lane in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend approval for each of these items. All of the items are public hearings, which I now declare open. Is there anyone who wishes to speak on any of those items? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearings. May I have a motion then to approve items 86 through 88?
Yes, Your Honor, make a motion to follow Planning Commission and staff's recommendation for approval of these items with all conditions, please.
Thank you. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. We're going to call forward at the Mayor Pro Tem's request items 102 and 103. 102 is VAR 28973. It's a rescission, a variance, public hearing. Applicant owner is Juan Anderson. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow two existing accessory structures, Class 2, totaling 856 square feet, where 728 square feet is the maximum allowed on 1.49 acres at 1000 Mohawk Street. This is a single-family residential in Ward 1. The Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. May I have a motion to rescind, please?
Make a motion to rescind this item, please.
All right, let's vote on the motion to rescind, please. Opposed? Motion carries, and the item is number 103, VAR 28973, a reconsideration for variance. The applicant owner is Juan Anderson. Appeal filed from the denial by the Planning Commission of a request for a variance to allow two existing accessory structures, Class 2, totaling 856 square feet, where 728 square feet is the maximum allowed on 0.49 acres at 1000 Mohawk Street. This is in Ward 1, and the Planning Commission and staff recommend denial. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilman Tarquini has been working with the applicant on this application, and they've got it all worked out. There are some conditions, and I will make a motion to follow Councilman Tarquini's request and approve, and make a motion for approval of this item with all conditions.
Okay, let's vote on that, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you. All right, number 89 is VAR 28974, a variance, public hearing. The applicant owner is John Moss. Request for variance to allow an existing 23-foot high, 2,080 square foot accessory structure, Class 2 batting cage, where an 18-foot high, 1,785 square foot accessory structure is allowed on 1.05 acres at 5100 Grand Teton Drive in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. This is a public hearing, which is now open.
Hi, I'm John Moss, 5100 Grand Teton.
Good seeing you again, Mr. Moss. Councilor Ross?
I think we made a couple of adjustments. You're going to lower that a couple feet, and then we're going to put we're amending condition number 2 to 24-inch box trees. Is that what you recall?
Yes, sir.
And Director Wheeler, I'm sure, heard all of that and is okay with that. So you're okay with those?
Yes, sir. Thank you.
With those conditions, Your Honor, I would move to approve with subject to those conditions. That's my motion.
Very good. It's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard on this?
Hang on a minute. Your Honor,
Wait, Mr. Moss, take it easy.
The amended conditions here, Director Wheeler?
Yes, sir.
You're good on the amended conditions on Mr. Moss's item, the batting cage? 24-inch box
Right.
trees, amending
We
condition
have,
number 2?
if I may, yes, to delete number 2 and to add a condition, conformance to the submitted elevation plans dated November 19th, 08, with a height not to exceed 19 foot 6 inches, and the landscape plan dated November 5th, 08, with 24-inch box Mondale pines.
Yeah, and that's reflective of what the Planning Commission had talked to you about at the Planning Commission meeting. So there you have it. That's my motion.
Okay, very good. It's public hearing, folks. If anyone would like to be heard, Mr. Brown, you want to be heard? Next time, sir. Nope. Okay. All right. There's the motion. Let's vote on it, please. Post. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, sir.
You're welcome. 90 is RQR 29727. Required review of public hearing. The applicant is Reagan National Advertising. The owner is Gateway Motel, Inc. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 24-foot by 28-foot off-premise billboard sign at 928 South Las Vegas Boulevard. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. Brown?
Good afternoon. Jay Brown, 520 South 4th Street, representing the applicant. The applicant has had numerous conversations with Mayor Pro Tem Reese. He's expressed his deep concern with this billboard, as it may adversely affect the development of the Arts District in the future. Because of this concern, if we're fortunate enough to get approval today, the applicant would accept a one-year review as a condition of approval, unlike the Planning Commission's recommendation of 3 years, and further understands that unless something unforeseen occurs at the time of that review, the review will be denied. With that understanding, we'd appreciate your approval.
All right, thank you. Are there any questions of Mr. Brown? It's a public hearing, folks. Would anyone like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Mayor Pro Tem.
Yes, Your Honor, and with Mr. Brown's testimony on the record, I'll make a motion for approval of this item, please.
If I may, Your Mayor Pro Tem, we would then be changing condition number 2, deleting the way it's written now, and indicate that the special use permit shall be reviewed in 1 year on December, as close to December 17th, 09 as possible. The applicant should be responsible for notification costs of the review, and at that time, the billboard sign may be required to be removed.
That's our understanding.
Very good. There's a motion. Let's vote, please. Post. Motion carries. Thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Yes.
May I ask a question, Mr. Brown? Are you also appearing on agenda item 108?
Yes, I am.
For the future, I'd certainly like to see if we could look into if there's some
It's tough to do it here because
know.
we have public comment, and we really have to follow the agenda for all intents and purposes.
Yeah,
I'd like maybe what we could do is we could explore in the clerk's office when we have a request from, let's say, somebody when we're preparing the agenda that they have 4 or 5 items which are scattered around, would be able to group them. I don't know whether that's possible, Ms. Bridges.
The grouping would have to be done with planning. They input their own items.
Okay.
So if they choose to go...
It's going to be very tough to do.
Yeah,
And I
unfortunately,
appreciate that.
the applicant's representatives are not part of the notification.
Right, and the truth of the
we can't
matter
always
is,
track the
Mr.
representatives.
It doesn't matter. Mr. Brown gets paid by the hour, so he'd just as soon hang out here. He'd like to have the first item and the last item, and in between, he'll go to the snack bar.
You're reading my mind.
Believe me, I know you like the back of my hand.
I certainly appreciate that, but I see, for example, Mr. Kern and Mr. Kempfer, who are
Both by
some
the
of our
hour,
regulars.
guys. They're both by the hours.
But if there's some way we could maybe explore that we could lump the items together and also comply with our notice requirements, I certainly appreciate that exploration.
Okay, very good. 91 is RQR 31290, required review, public hearing. The applicant is American Outdoor. The owner is JTL Holdings LLC. Required review of special use permit for a 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 4600 Meadows Lane in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. This is the public hearing, which I now declare open. By the hour?
On this, I'm by the hour, Your Honor.
Very good. Would you please
It's not
identify
always the
yourself?
case.
Mr. Curran.
Yes, for the record, I'm Bill Curran with the Ballard Spire Law Firm, 100 City Parkway, appearing on behalf of the applicant, American Outdoor. This sign is located on the back of the Meadows Mall in an area that's...
Your head right now.
Well, good. So maybe I shouldn't say anything more. I can say that we've worked this out with Councilwoman Tarkanian. She's going to recommend that this be approved for a 3-year period. She's also going to suggest that we use this sign to test a program that she'd like to have elementary school paint designs on this sign itself as a method of discouraging people from putting graffiti on there.
Oh, is that the sign we're talking about that's on the overhead? I thought
That's it.
Well,
That's the one.
I thought that was going to be memorialized and that it was going to stay up there forever, reminding us of our colleague who has departed. What do you think?
I can just one other thing, just a factual thing for the record. There were a number of large pine trees there that one of the challenges in this area, there's lots of vandalism. The irrigation system has been repeatedly vandalized. The whole string of trees along the back there are either dead or very much on their way towards dying. We have replaced the trees on our property with Palo Verde trees that are much more drought tolerant and hopefully will be less subject to that kind of problem.
Okay, thank you. Any questions of Mr. Curran?
Your Honor?
Yes.
Now that this sign has shown up on the record, counsel advised me to put onto the record that during the campaign, there was a significant investment in outdoor billboards. I can't, Mr. Scott, I can't say for sure. It was well over $100,000, but I can't say for sure that this sign was paid for in what allocation. So because it's on the record, I'll just abstain, just to play it safe.
Okay. I don't think it's necessary, but that's fine. All right, folks, a public hearing. Anybody like to be heard? Bless you. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. On behalf of Councilman Tarkanian, I move to follow, I'd like to make a motion to approve this item with all conditions.
And if I may, Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, just a change to condition number 4 to show that it'll be reviewed again in 3 years.
Thank you.
All right, very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck.
Thank you.
Thank you. Item number 92 is ROC 31349, review of condition. It's going to be a public hearing. The applicant owner is the Housing Authority of the City of Las Vegas. Request of a review of condition to delete condition number 18 of an approved site development plan review, which restricted the age of the mobile home to 1995 or newer on 5.40 acres adjacent to the east side of the Interstate 515 freeway, approximately 620 feet south of Stewart Avenue. This is in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
Your Honor, I'd move that we hold this in abeyance until our January the 7th meeting, please.
All right, there's a motion to hold it in abeyance until January 7th. Do you want to be heard, or would you rather come back on January 7th?
Pardon me?
This is going to be abayed until January the 7th.
Oh, you carried it over from the 3rd.
Pardon me?
It was 2 weeks ago, you carried it over till today.
Right, Yes. and now
Am I
it's-
going to carry it over till the 17th?
To the 7th. Yes.
And just make a statement on that?
You may, I mean, your choice. You could either make a statement on it today or come back on the 7th.
Got a lot of doctor appointments.
No, whatever, your choice. You came down here.
All right,
We're happy to hear from you.
I want to inform the council,
Okay,
from my
and we'll-
point of view and the seniors.
Identify yourself, Richard.
Richard Bianco.
And what we'll do is we'll take Mr. Bianco's comments and we'll incorporate them by reference when we hear this matter on the 7th.
Okay, first of all, I want to congratulate the city council for having an excellent year. Nothing against you guys at all. You did a superb job. I didn't see anything bad in the papers for the last 2 years. As a matter of fact, did a great job. And I want to commend you on part of the seniors. A lot of seniors don't come down here. It's not that easy for them to make it down here. And I just want you to know that anyone that comes before you as a senior person, either we belong to the organizations and we kind of get out there for them because it's not that easy for them to make it down here. Insofar as Rulon Park is concerned, the city has put a lot of money into this and time. And on the agenda originally was to have it taken down from a 95 manufactured home to a 1980, whatever, just get rid of the 95. My position would be more or less on behalf, because I live in a manufactured home, is to bring it down to like a 1988 manufactured home if you want to enhance the park, rather than just a pure mobile home that has the metal roofs. They had manufactured homes, which are like houses just about from 1988 on up. And it would be, because most seniors that would be going into a senior park don't have brand new mobile homes. They're usually older, but they do have manufactured homes, which are stick built off site, and then that's what I'm referring to in that sense. So I'd be, for dropping the age down from a 95, because I live in a 1990 manufactured home, and it doesn't qualify according to the age. Yet I can go to other parks that are set from 1985 and below. So I think the city's just a little bit out of line with this 95, maybe bring it down to 88 adjustment rather than just killing the age completely, make it a 1988 and above manufactured home, not mobile home, if you want to enhance the park.
And that's why we're holding in advance so we can work on this.
Pardon me?
That's why we're holding in advance so we can work on this.
Okay. And that's why I wanted to at least make my input to, I know in some areas you don't have mobile parks on the city council, certain areas don't have. You happen to have a bunch in your area, but this park happens to be in your area, and, it's more or less that. And while we're on that, the last thing I want to say is that right now the fee is around $400, $420 for a double wide per month. That holds back a lot of seniors because in the city's case, they have to pay to move that mobile home. I don't know if you're too familiar with the cost, but it would cost, even though I live across the street from Rulon Park, it would cost me the same amount if it was about 5 or 10 miles away to take one down and move it from one park to another. Originally, the JCs in '94, when they opened up their park, they paid for people, to take them home. I'm not asking you to do that. Theirs was a much larger park, and their fee right now is $220 a month. However, I'm not trying to ask you to match theirs either. What I'm saying is that any new people that move from one park, seniors, to another who have to pay the upfront cost of stripping down and moving theirs, be given a 5-year lease at a reduced rate, which is a way of reimbursing them for $100 deduction. That would cover over the cost of, say, 60 months, More or less look at that, and I think most of the people that I've talked to would be happy if a reduction was in order. All right?
Okay. Did anybody
Have
else
a
want to
good
be
year.
heard on
Thank
this?
you.
We're going to obey it. Did you want to be heard, ma'am?
She works for the housing authority.
Pardon me?
She works for the housing authority.
Oh, okay, very good. Then we'll close the public hearing, and there's a motion to obey until the
January 7th.
January 7th. Let's vote on that, please.
7th.
Yes. But that's your shot. Opposed, please? Motion carries. Thank you. 93 and 94. 93 is GPA 29875. General Plan Amendment. The applicant owner is the Pentecostal Temple Church of God in Christ. Request to amend a portion of the Southeast Sector Plan of the General Plan from M Medium Density Residential to PF Public Facilities on 0.16 acres at 618 Jefferson Avenue in Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 94 is ZON 29876. This is a rezoning related to the prior item. The same applicant owner requests for rezoning from R3 Medium Density Residential to CV Civic on 0.16 acres at 618 Jefferson Avenue in Ward 5, and this application is being amended to 0.63 acres at 618 to 620 Jefferson Avenue and 621 Madison Avenue. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval. These are both public hearings, which I now declare open. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Susan Johnston with Stanley Consultants, 5820 Southeastern, representing the property owners. These two items are really a cleanup of the general plan and the zoning maps to bring the entire block that the church owns into conformance. We accept all staff conditions and would ask for your approval.
All right, any questions, Ms. Johnson? Folks, a public hearing. Would you like to be heard on either of these items or both of them? All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. Councilor Barlow?
Yes, Mayor, thank you. I would like to first and foremost thank the applicant, Pentecostal Temple Church of God in Christ, for this cleanup item. In the historical West Las Vegas community, there are a number of faith-based properties that are zoned inappropriately. So I want to thank them for getting into compliance in order to move forward with their plans for these parcels. So thank you for being a very good community partner, and I move to follow staff's recommendation of approval for this item.
All right, thank you. Let's vote on item number 93. Opposed, please.
Thank you.
Motion carries. Wait, one more. And 94, please.
Yes, don't go anywhere. You're only halfway there. I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval subject to all conditions of this item.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
You're welcome. 95 through 98. 95 is ZON 29661. The applicant is Pageantry Homes, the owner Rancho Park Residential LLC. Request for a rezoning from CM Commercial Industrial under Resolution of Intent to RPD 16 Residential Planned Development 16 units per acre to RPD 20 Residential Planned Development 20 units per acre on 33.47 acres at the northwest corner of Rancho Drive and Smoke Ranch Road. 96 is VAR 29663. The same applicant, the same owner, requests for variance to allow 1,185 parking spaces where 1,231 parking spaces are required on 33.47 acres at the northwest corner of Rancho Drive and Smoke Ranch Road. 97 is VAR 29958. Same applicant, same owner, requests for variance to allow 361,548 square feet of open space in a residential plan development district where 469,577 square feet is required on 33.47 acres at the northwest corner of Rancho Drive and Smoke Ranch Road. And this application is amended to allow 426,888 square feet where 466,963 is required. And finally, number 98, SDR 29658. The applicant is Pageantry Homes, the owner Rancho Park Residential LLC. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 2- and 3-story multi-family development consisting of 350 condominium units and 304 apartment units on 33.47 acres at the northwest corner of Rancho Drive and Smoke Ranch Road. The staff recommends denial, and the Planning Commission recommends approval for each of these items. All of the items are in Ward 5, and they're all subject to public hearings, which I now declare open. Gentlemen.
Yes, good afternoon, Your Honor, members of the City Council. My name is Tony Celeste. Along with me is Chris Kemp. Our address is 3800 Howard Hughes Parkway, and we're here on behalf of the applicant. I guess before I get into any formal presentation, I'd like to first, which I think is good news, withdraw without prejudice both the variances, which are number 96 and 97. Those relate to the open space and parking. We have provided your staff as well as the councilman's office with revised plans that now reflect that we exceed parking and exceed the open space on this plan. If I can direct your attention to the overhead. As you can see, it's generally located on Rancho. It's kind of a triangular piece bounded by Rancho, Smoke Ranch, and Decatur. It's about 33.5 acres. And what we have here is a mixed product of for rent apartments and for sale condominium units. As you can see, the bottom third of the site, which is located right here where I'm pointing, this is our for sale apartment. That's about 304 units, and then the balance of the site is our for sale condominium product, and we have reduced that from when we initially filed from 351 down to 335 units. We now believe we meet all of the city code and city requirements. I would really like to thank Councilman Barlow and his office for working with us and helping us get this plan to where it is. I think we have addressed many of your concerns, and we look forward to continuing to work with you on whatever we need to. With that, I'll answer any questions you may have.
Very good.
Only by way of correction a little bit, I think Mr. Celeste indicated that the property was for sale on the lower portion. The first portion you point out was for rent. Those are the rental apartments.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you. Please identify yourself for the record.
Chris Kempfer.
Thank you.
I have a question, Your Honor.
Yes.
I think Councilman Barlow probably already knows this. When do you expect construction to begin, or do you know? Should you be approved?
Well, we want to begin it as soon as we can. As you well know, financing is very challenging. We've been working with some financial institutions. That's why we very much appreciate Councilman Barlow's help in getting this in front of you as soon as we possibly can. The first phase of this will be the apartment end of it, with the condominiums to follow. We've made the representation, Mr. Barlow, and we'll make that representation on the record that the only portion of this going forward will be, as apartments, will be that one portion that's Mr. Celeste has pointed out to you, that the balance of the site are for sale, and there should be any changes in that, we would come back before you as a public hearing so that additional comments could be taken.
And Your Honor,
yes.
And through Councilman Barlow and Your Honor, Mr. Kemper and Celeste, I only point that out because that's prime property. I mean, that's a great piece of dirt to do something with, and I'm just, excited to see something filled in there and finally used, because that's an awesome place to be.
Well, they're excited about moving forward with it, and they have every intention of moving forward with it. This is, in fact, their priority project. Pageantry Homes' priority project is moving forward with this development.
Is there a shot that you have financing?
Oh, yeah, absolutely. In fact, we have a couple of the owner's representatives here now, and we still struggle with what everybody does, is what you have to go through in order to get the financing, but the very first step in order to secure it is obviously to get the appropriate land use approvals, which
No, I appreciate that, but there is a live one out there?
Oh, absolutely.
Okay.
Yes, I'm getting nods
I
from
saw
the
nod of assent.
nods from the owners, so
That's very
yes.
good. Okay, because that's good news.
Yes.
That's the first news we've had in the recent memory of money being broken loose for a project. That's good. Okay, would anyone like to be heard on this? We'll close the public hearing then. Councilor Barlow?
Yes, thank you, Mayor. First and foremost, I would like to thank the applicant from Pageantry as well as the attorneys here representing them on this project. From the onset, everyone knows, and I shared that openly, and I shared on the record that I wasn't too excited about the development overall, specifically when we talk about apartments at the corner of Smoke Ranch and Rancho, being that Metro is having a major issue with the budget suites to the south of this development, and with the new 200 units that's just to the west, I believe, of the development in question here today. I do want to thank you for coming back and working with my office and those residents whose concerns in regards to the open space and the variances that existed, and you all going back, looking at it, and making the appropriate adjustments, which I'm very appreciative of. And so for that, I believe that this development, having looked at the other projects that the owners of Pageantry have done in other areas of the city, look very nice, and I believe that if in fact you bring this type level of development into my district, this is something that a lot of the residents, including myself, can be proud of at the end of the day. And I look forward to the economy also turning around so that we can bring the condominium development online as well to really enhance the entire quarter piece of Rancho in the western portion of my district alive once again. So with that, for agenda item number 95, as far as the zoning, I understand that the zoning will now move from RPD 16 to RPD 19, if that's accurate. And so for that, I would like to move with my motion of approval, subject to conditions.
Okay, there's the motion. Let's vote on it, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Now, you indicated you wanted to withdraw 96 and 97?
That's correct.
Ms. Bridges, does that take any action?
Yes. For item number 96, I would like to move to withdraw 96 variance 29663 without prejudice.
Very good. Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 97, please.
And as for item number 97, variance 29958, I would also like to remove it, withdraw it without prejudice.
All right, please vote. Opposed? That motion passes. And 98, please.
Okay, in respect to item number 98, there are some additional conditions that I would like for Margot Wheeler to read into the record prior to the motion. Margot?
Thank you, Mayor and Councilman. First, we delete condition number 1. We would propose changing condition number 6 to read that all development should be in conformance with the building elevations and floor plans, date stamped August 26, 08, and the site plan, landscape plan, and open space plan, date stamped December 17, 08, for a maximum of 639 units, 335 condos, and a maximum of 304 apartments, except as amended by conditions herein. And to change condition number 9 to read, a revised site plan should be submitted to and approved by the Department of Planning and Development prior to the time application is made for a tentative map to reflect the changes listed herein. The list of amenities presented on the site plan, date stamped 12/17/08, and then the rest of the condition continues.
Okay. And does the applicant agree to those conditions?
Yes.
Okay. So with that, I would like to move to follow staff's recommendation for approval, or I should say planning commission for approval, subject to the conditions that have been read into the record.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to both of you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thank you again, Councilman Barlow, very much.
Thank you.
Happy holidays.
Right, 99, 100, and 101. 99 is ZON 30261, a rezoning. The applicant owner is ARG Jones, Roman numeral 2 LLC, request for a rezoning from R1, single-family residential, to PR, professional office and parking, on .32 acres at 216 and 220 South Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval. 100 is VAR 30267, a variance related to ZON 30261. Same applicant owner, request for a variance to allow a 13-foot front yard setback where 20 feet is required and a 72-foot setback where residential adjacency standards require 96 feet for a proposed two-story office building on .32 acres at 216 and 220 South Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. Staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. And 101 is SDR 30288, site development plan review related to the prior items. The applicant owner is the same. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed 4,982 square foot two-story office building with waivers to allow a 13-foot landscape buffer where 15 feet is required along the west perimeter and a 0-foot landscape buffer along the north perimeter where 5 feet is required on .32 acres at 216 and 220 South Jones Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval. These are all public hearings which are now declared open. Yes, sir.
Yes. Thank you, esteemed counsel. Greg Wild from Wild Hanson. My law offices are at 208 South Jones. This has been a project a long time in the making. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have. Again, we plan on using these offices for my law firm, and we own some buildings to the north, and we're trying to develop these properties so that they all look alike along that Jones corridor. The request that we've made is to shorten the setbacks, and that's because we're limited to the lot size, yet the property should be commercial, and so we ask that you approve the same. I just had a couple of questions to clarify a few of the conditions. Should I address those now, or
Please.
should I address your questions first?
Please.
First of all, with condition number 6, staff recommended that we provide revised elevations. We spoke about that in front of the Planning Commission. We set this over for 2 weeks because the Planning Commission wanted an artist rendition, which we provided, and the plans already show the different elevations. All of these pop out. The one in the front is curved in nature. Again, there are 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 elevation changes in the front of the building, the same in the back, and then on each side. So we ask that condition number 6 perhaps be modified. This is according to the plans that have been submitted to planning. So we ask that this be slightly modified to state that the revised elevation, or excuse me, that the elevation should comply with Title 19.08.050 instead of asking for revised elevations to be submitted. Further, condition 7, which is asking for a technical landscape plan to be submitted by a registered architect, landscape architect, residential designer, or civil engineer, and that underground an underground sprinkler system be required. And obviously, we'll have an underground sprinkling system, but the plans that were submitted were drawn by my general contractor, who holds a B2 license. As such, he's designated as a qualified design professional, and so we ask that this be slightly modified, that certainly we'll have the sprinklers, and that the plans submitted show ample, in fact, they show additional landscaping, more than is required according to the necessary trees, shrubbery, and foliage, and we ask that that one be modified so that we don't have to incur the extra costs of hiring a registered architect, landscape architect, or residential designer. And with that, I'll be glad to answer any of your questions.
Very good. Are there any questions at this time?
Just
Mayor Pro Tem?
Margot? Can you help us on his request, please?
Yes, sir. On the issue, the first issue, we would recommend deleting condition number 6 and amending condition number 2 to state that all development shall be in conformance with the site plan, date stamped 9/23/08, the building elevations, date stamped 11/20/08, and the landscape plan dated 10/9/08, accepted by amended conditions herein. And as far as number 7, we can add the language referencing a licensed contractor.
Thank you.
You bet. I assume the thank you means I concur.
Yes, thank
Very
you.
good.
I concur very much so.
Okay, folks, a public hearing? Anybody like to be heard? Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. Mayor Pro Tem for Councilwoman Tarkanian.
Yes, Your Honor. On item number 99, I make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff's recommendation for approval of this item, please.
Okay, let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on item 100, I'll make a motion, and again, I think it needs to be understood that staff is recommending denial because of the variance request, and I would like to put that on the record. We don't have any problem with that, so I make a motion to follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval of this item.
All right, please vote. Opposed? Motion carries.
And on the site development review, Your Honor, make a motion for approval with those changes made in the conditions.
All right, let's vote on that.
As read in the record.
Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you, Mayor.
You're welcome. Okay, we're up to 104. 104 is RQR 29711, required review. The applicant owner is TJP Nevada Limited Partnership, required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 2101 South Decatur Boulevard in Ward 1. Planning Commission staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. Yes, ma'am.
Good afternoon. Lucy Stewart, 856 East Sahara. And I guess I just would like to point out that my client, Las Vegas Billboard, just became aware of this item, and that's why they weren't at the Planning Commission. And I think all the documentation that was needed and the fees paid were turned in yesterday, so I think everything should be fine, and we ask for your approval.
Okay. Any questions? Folks, public hearing? Okay, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Happy holiday, and I make a motion for denial.
Oh, that's not happy.
I'll make a motion to follow Planning Commission staff recommendation for approval of this item, all conditions.
If I may, just Mayor Pro Tem and
Yes.
Mayor, that would be to delete condition number 1 because the applicant has stated the fees have been paid.
Okay,
Yeah.
very good. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good
Thank
luck.
you very much. Happy holidays.
Okay, item 105 is RQR 30332, required review. The applicant owner is Milford.
Bless you.
Bless you. Milford Mark and Laurel and Trust. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot high, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign at 1615 North Decatur Boulevard in Ward 5. Planning Commission and staff recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Is anybody here on behalf of the applicant, Milford Mark and Laurel and Trust? All right, Councilman Barlow, what's your pleasure on this one?
That's a very good question. I thought the applicant would be here. I'm going to go ahead and move for approval of this item. It hasn't been an issue that has bothered anyone in the neighborhood, so I'll go ahead and move for approval of this item.
All right, before we vote, anybody like to be heard on it? It's a public hearing. All right, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing. There's been a motion. Let's vote on it, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. 106 is RQR 30321, required review. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is Kenneth A. and Don Lee Simpkins. Required review of an approved special use permit for a 40-foot tall, 12-foot by 24-foot off-premise billboard sign at 1323 South Main Street. It's in Ward 3. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open.
Good afternoon, Mayor. Rod Carter, 2880 Mead Avenue, on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor. We concur with conditions imposed and humbly request your approval.
Okay, any questions, Mr. Carter?
We have a problem with this board, right?
With regards to the final inspection,
Yes.
yeah, I have been working with the building department. We have submitted to them our certified letter from the engineer and expect to have that resolved in a timely manner.
Margaret, can we approve this on the pretext that it will have this within 30 days, or?
Mayor and Mayor Pro Tem, yes, that is the condition. And we have condition number 3, that the owner shall have 30 days to obtain the construction inspection and approval, or have obtained the building department approval of the structural certificate.
And if it's not in, the sign comes down.
Yes, sir. Failure to secure the required final may result in fines and a removal of the off-premise sign.
Okay.
All right.
That'd be my motion.
All right, there's a public hearing. Before we vote, we'll close the public hearing. There's been a motion. Let's vote, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Good luck to you.
Thank you.
30 days.
107 is RQR 30592, required review. The applicant is Clear Channel Outdoor. The owner is J. and Denise Harrison Family Trust. Request for a required review of an approved variance to allow a 40-foot tall, 14-foot by 48-foot off-premise billboard sign located 265 feet from an existing off-premise sign, where 300 feet is the minimum distance separation required at 5301 West Charleston Boulevard in Ward 1. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. This is a public hearing which is now open.
Rod Carter on behalf of Clear Channel Outdoor, 2880 Mead Avenue. Concur with the conditions and respectfully request your approval.
All right. Are there any questions of Mr. Carter? Folks, the public hearing, if anyone would like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
Yes, Your Honor, I move to follow Planning Commission recommendation for approval of this item with all conditions.
In this
Okay.
case, if I may, we can delete condition number 3, as that has been achieved at this time.
Thank you.
All right. With that amendment, we'll vote, please. Post. Motion carries.
Thank you.
Thank you. Good luck to you. 108 is SUP 30583, special use permit. The applicant owner is Great Wash Park LLC. Request for a special use permit for a proposed 12,195 square foot supper club and a waiver to allow an approximate 141-foot distance separation from a park where 400 feet is required at 440 South Rampart Boulevard, Suite 8120. This is in Ward 2. The Planning Commission and staff both recommend approval, subject to conditions. It's a public hearing, which is now open.
J. Brown, 520 South 4th Street, represent the applicant. With me is the applicant's general counsel, Todd Davis. As you've heard, this comes to you with recommendations of approval of both staff and the Planning Commission, and this council, as you know, also has approved similar applications in the past. Though the property lines have a 141-foot distance separation, the Supper Club is really more than 1,500 feet from the park, and we'd ask your approval.
Does the Supper Club have a name?
Mastros?
Is it Mastros?
Yes, it is.
Does Dennis Mastro have any interest in it?
We don't know. I thought he sold it.
Well, that's the problem. I'm a partner in Mastros, and we sold our interest, but we still are receiving interest payments. So I think in an abundance of caution, I'm going to have to abstain.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
The way that is.
Are there any questions of the applicant? This is a public hearing. Anyone with a public question to speak on this item? Seeing no one, we'll close the public hearing. Councilman Wolfson, your pleasure, please.
Thank you, Mayor Pro Tem. Margot, we're going to probably be having a lot of applications like this come forward in the next few months to a year from this applicant because of the nature of this project. This is a wonderful, wonderful project. I'm very pleased that we're still moving forward with this project. It's going to be a jewel of Ward 2 when it's completed. But to get back to my point, we're going to be having a lot of these come forward because of the nature of the code that talks about property line to property line. Could you just expand a little so that any of our viewers who are listening, especially the persons who are potentially affected directly to the east of this project, why we have this situation?
Yes, Mayor and Councilman. If it is what's up on the screen with regard to the subject property, the property lines for this proposed development, of course, have not changed. The buildings have not changed. The buildings, as originally approved in the original site plan, remain in the same location. They have not redesigned. These applications for a special use permit are not a change in the physical development. So the property lines remain the same and the buildings remain the same. The special use permits are for a use proposed to be in one of those buildings on this very large lot. And the distance separation requirements that are spoken to in code, because the zoning code is a land use code, it has to do with proximity of properties, not buildings. Therefore, the distance requirements are from the outside perimeter property lines to parks or similar uses, schools, etc. In this case, the property has not changed. It is not any closer to the park than it has ever been. But all of these subsequent use permits are required to come forward with that language with regard to distance separation because of the property, the entire property's proximity to the park.
Thank you. In reality, Mr. Brown, the proposed supper club, can you point on this drawing where it might be located, Todd?
It's really on Alta, you know.
Sure, it's at the corner. It's at the corner of Rampart and Alta. It's on Alta, and actually probably the best depiction of it is if you can see the driveway across the way on Alta. It's right where that driveway is coming out on the adjacent parcel there. So it's really about 1,800 feet from the tip where the park is, and we've been watching the postcards and the responses that come to the city, and we've been in communication with some of the neighbors, and what our plan is to continue to communicate with them, and we feel that it's our obligation to explain to them what the process is, explain that it's an 1,800 feet separation, that although the code has certain requirements, and that's the way it's explained on the postcards, because there's a limited amount of information on those postcards, we've taken it upon ourselves to make sure that, so I think you'll see that any of the communications that you get, or at least I would hope that you would, will start to diminish as we take them one at a time and explain to them exactly what these separations mean, and that nothing has changed as Wheeler's stated.
Sure, and I don't mind the communications. If anybody wants to call my office, I'll be glad to give them the same explanation we gave today. But I just wanted it to be pointed out that in reality, this supper club is about 1,800 feet from the nearest park area, not the 141 feet, because that's just a technical application of the code.
That's right.
So I appreciate you and your folks being in constant communication with the folks that live in this area, because just keeping them informed and keeping them aware of what you're doing goes a long way.
Thank you.
Okay.
We'll continue to do so.
Did you have anything else, Margot?
Councilman Wilson, if you don't mind?
No, sir.
I have a question. How would one enter, for example, if one wanted to frequent the tavern, how would they get into the development?
The entrance, there are multiple entrances. There is one off of Alta, and there are two off of Rampart. The park, which is up in the corner here, up in the right-hand corner if you're looking inside the circle, there is no entrance. That street is Venetian Strada. There is no entrance to our complex from Venetian Strada or from Durango. You have to enter either on Alta or you have to enter on Rampart. And in addition to that, the commercial and retail portion is on the west side of our parcel. The northeast tip of the parcel will be a residential complex, and there will be several buildings in between, and there will be no access between that park and including the residential portion. There will be complete separation and no access whatsoever.
So what is the buffer on the eastern boundary between your commercial development and the residential development?
It's the emptying of the wash, and there's a drainage wash there, and that separates. So there's I think there's just some rocky area, and then there's the actual separation, which is the wash, and then the residential will have its own gate and wall, which will separate the residential from those other areas. And I think the only thing that would be there is some sort of fire access or emergency access, although I would have to look at the plans and see if that's the case. But there is no public access whatsoever from that tip or anywhere near the park.
Okay, so from the residential side, there's no access into the parcel, the commercial parcel, without going out onto Alta or Rampart, or coming in through Rampart.
That is correct.
Is that correct?
That's correct.
Okay, thank you.
Also, I'd like to add one thing. Usually the mayor, when a new restaurant comes, asks what kind of food they serve, and because of his conflict, I'm sure, and his modesty, we all know isn't saying anything, but this Mastro's is a tremendous addition to our community. I mean, it's a Morton's is a very, very high-end steak/seafood restaurant, Beverly Hills, Arizona, Scottsdale. It's terrific.
If I didn't have a conflict, I'd agree with you.
Mr. Brown and Mr. Davis, you're going to continuously hear me touting all of the things that are coming into this development, because it's going to be, like I said, it's going to be not only the jewel of Ward 2, but one of the jewels of the entire valley. Councilman Ross just pointed out to me that this is his favorite hole on the golf course, the number 18 there that borders the northern end of your project. So I suggest that you put up a very tall fence when he's playing.
We can probably get him a tour for one of the condos that overlooks the hole.
Either a tall fence or a pitching net.
Or a batting cage.
A batting cage, I mean.
He knows how I golf.
My motion is going to be consistent with staff and the Planning Commission for approval.
You've heard the motion. Please cast your vote, please. That's opposed.
Good luck.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
109 and 110. 109 is SUP 29146, special use permit. The applicant is Narissa Thomas, the owner Larry D. and Narissa L. Thomas. Request for special use permit for proposed truck rental use at 3700 North Rancho Drive in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. The Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. 110 is SDR 29787, site development plan review related to the prior item. The applicant owner is the same. Request for a site development plan review for a proposed truck rental use with chain link fencing and a waiver of all landscaping requirements at 3700 North Rancho Drive in Ward 6. The staff recommends denial. Planning Commission recommends approval, subject to conditions. These are both public hearings, which are now declared open. Yes, ma'am.
Narissa Thomas, 6500 West El Campo Grande Avenue. I want to thank the planning staff and commissioners and councilmen for working with us. And we agree to all the conditions and ask for your approval today. And if you have any questions or need any information, I'll be happy to try to answer.
Thank you very much. Are there any questions or comments? Folks, a public hearing if you'd like to be heard. Seeing none, we'll close the public hearing then. This is Councilman Ross.
Thank you, sir, and thank you for being so patient with not only our planning staff, but with my office as well, and trying to get you to where you need to be. Director, do you need to read anything in for the record?
Yes, sir, please, Mayor and Councilman. We would recommend changing condition number 3 to state that the number of rental trucks on site shall not exceed 20 at any time and must be parked in an area that meets the Title 19 standards for surfacing and striping.
Is that agreeable, ma'am?
Yes.
Director, is that are we deleting condition number 10?
That's on the next one, sir.
Oh, I'm sorry, getting ahead of myself. Then with that, Your Honor, I follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval.
Let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. And 110, please.
And Director, you want to go ahead and read?
Again, change condition number 3 to read that the number of rental trucks on site shall not exceed 20 at any time and must be parked in an area that meets Title 19 standards for surfacing and striping, and delete condition number 10.
Thank you. Is that agreeable?
Yes, it is.
Very good.
And with that, Your Honor, we'll follow Planning Commission's recommendation for approval, subject to conditions.
Thank you. Let's vote. Opposed, please. Motion carries. Good luck to you.
I'd like to make a comment, too, Your Honor.
Certainly.
Along with the Thomas's business there, we as a council, and we've already talked about this individually and collectively as a city council, trying to help our businesses in these economic times be successful. And Mrs. Thomas, you recognize that we've gone the extra mile to help you do that, but I just want the folks at home to know as well that we are mindful of what's happening out there, and we want you to be successful and succeed in all of our wards for all of our businesses, to continue to be to make a dollar and to continue to provide services to our community. So you're in a good location out there on Rancho. Mm-hmm. I'm glad to have you there, and I really want you to be successful. So thank you
so much.
Very good. Thank you. Good luck to you, ma'am. 111 is ROC 32322, review of condition. The owner applicant is CS 4015 LLC. Request for review of condition to amend condition number 22 of an approved site development review, which required a traffic impact analysis prior to issuance of permits to allow traffic impact fees to be in accordance with Title 4.32 for an approved 9,663 square foot commercial shopping center on 2 acres adjacent to the southwest corner of Lone Mountain Road and Cliff Shadows Parkway in Ward 4. The staff recommends approval subject to conditions. It's a public hearing which is now open. Is the applicant here? Anybody on behalf of CS 4015 LLC? Councilman Brown, your pleasure.
I'm set to go forward, Your Honor.
All right, it's a public hearing. If anyone would like to be heard, seeing none, we'll close the public hearing.
And just for the record, I did receive a couple of protests off the postcard indicating they didn't support any commercial here, but this is not so much about the land use that was approved years ago. This is, and Margot, correct me if I'm wrong, this is to allow the applicant to come in under the new code as far as the cost of those impacts. Or Mr. Anderson?
Specifically for traffic mitigation, yes, sir.
Very good. I would move for approval, staff recommendation, all
right.
Conditions.
Thank you. There's a motion. Let's vote. Opposed? Motion carries. Thank you. Okay, 112 is our last item for action. It's RQR 32160, required review. It's a non-public hearing. The applicant owner is North Canyon Estates Owners Association, Inc. Required review of an approved review of condition, which removed condition number 1 of an approved site development plan review on 21.25 acres adjacent to the south side of Washburn Road, approximately 600 feet east of Durango Drive. This is in Ward 4. The staff recommends approval, subject to conditions. Is anybody here for the applicant? All right, well, history should note, it's very interesting on Councilman Brown's final day in a city council hearing, although he will be on board till after the first of the year, but this is his last council meeting. He has the last motion. Council?
Thank you, Your Honor. And for the record, this one was, if the council recalls, the issue as far as locking gates and pedestrian access to a bus stop. And I asked it to be brought back 6 months after our last action just to see if there had been any additional dialogue between the neighborhood or if there were any issues as far as the bus stop itself. And I have not heard from either our resident nor the association, so I'm comfortable with the decision we made 6 months ago. Yep. Then my motion would be to strike this item.
All right, a motion to strike. Let's vote.
In the baseball analogy.
Opposed? Motion fails.
What happens then?
No idea whose idea that was.
What happens then?
Can I move for reconsideration?
Yeah, I believe so.
My motion would be for reconsideration.
All right, let's vote on that, please. Opposed? Motion carries. Motion carried. Do you have a motion, please?
Obviously not.
I'll make a motion to strike, Your Honor.
All right, let's vote on it. Opposed?
Nail biter.
Motion carries. Very good. Okay.
Bev, would you, Mayor, would you
Yes.
reflect mine as a yes?
Of course. 113 is for me to instruct the city clerk to please set the public hearing dates and appeals from the City Planning Commission meetings and dangerous buildings or nuisance litter abatements. Thank you. Now, council? Folks, council? No, city attorney? City attorney? Can I call citizens' participation before council member recognition? All right, then I'm going to go to item number 15. 115, this is citizens' participation. Public comment during this portion of the agenda must be limited to matters within the jurisdiction of the City Council. No subject may be acted upon by the City Council unless that subject is on the agenda and is scheduled for action. If you wish to be heard, step up, give us your name, and we'll put the 3-minute timer on, please. Yes, sir.
Hello, I'm Rasan Joshua Collins, and recently at the DTC, there was an elderly woman, and Officer, I believe it was M. Marwitz, approached her and was trying to basically, get her to leave because I guess she closed her eyes or something. She was sitting in one of the benches there, and that was December 13th. It was pretty windy and cold out there, and she kind of clung to the desk, and just said no, she didn't want to leave, and I kind of felt bad for her, so I went over there and talked with her. I didn't talk with her, I should say. I talked with him, the officer. I told him, I said, she shouldn't have to leave, just leave her alone. And anyways, the officer turned and put me in handcuffs and took me into the marshal's office, and I kind of explained to them, how they should treat people, whether that was your mother or something like that, And it was pretty cold that night. And I think it was, those guns and handcuffs aren't really for someone like that. And then M. Triplett, Officer M. Triplett here, it says on the arrest report anyway, had asked me to leave the premises, and I said, why should I? I didn't do anything wrong. I'm just trying to protect her, and I ended up going to jail. I just got out recently. The case was dismissed, but these things are still happening there at the DTC. Elderly people, that are homeless or whatever, and of course others are being harassed and things. And to me, it's just abuse of power. I encourage people to, if they really want to do something for the homeless, I think a good thing to do would be to boycott these buses, and hopefully we can see change. I think that's what has to happen, is more boycotting of places that don't respect the rights of the homeless and others, and hopefully then maybe someone will listen. I know that, Mayor Goodman, you're planning for a new office and everything, but there's a lot of people sleeping under bridges right now, and it doesn't make much sense to me to invest in something like that when that's going on. And I'm not here to say every homeless person is good, just like not every person that's not homeless is good. But we do need to look out for those that have less than us if we have more. That's what the Lord Jesus Christ would tell us to do. And I'm not saying here I'm perfect, but I'm trying to be more like the Lord every day, and I think we all should strive for that. To me, it's kind of a hostage situation. It's a domestic terrorism in a way when you want to, give an elderly woman a ticket because, she doesn't have nowhere else to go and she's homeless. And I hope that people will stand up for these people and not ignore them. God bless.
Thank you, Mr. Collins. If anybody is homeless and they come to this meeting, we have a city representative ready to assist, ready to make sure that the person is taken out of homelessness, and sitting right over there if anybody wants to avail themselves of her services. I think it would be a blessing during this time of year. Thank you.
Yeah. Just I hope that you can speak with the marshals, and get them to leave people alone, though. Some of these people don't want to come in here. They're afraid, because of how they've been treated.
I won't let anybody be mistreated in here.
Dorothy Barnes, Las Vegas resident since August of 1999. I'm still going through this problem. I've encouraged everyone who wants my help to sign themselves in on what the Masons call a promissory note, simply a contract to protect people's rights. Under the Constitution, the First Amendment to the Constitution states that when any form of government becomes disruptive to a citizen's mean, it is the right of the citizens to file for a petition of redress to rectify, in other words, redo it and promote justice and fairness. Okay, I was once a member of the Church of God in Christ, the Bishop Hall here in this state, and before I left Louisiana. And from what I understand, they have explained to the police, they put what they call a spiritual block on me. Now, when something is done secretly and underhanded under the table, nobody always understands it. Now, I was called to the ministry of evangelism in that church before I came here, and they abased my ministry. They put so much slander on me to now, I'll go in a casino and gamble rather than sit in that church and play around taking Holy Communion, and then they're saying God doesn't call women to the ministry. I don't think God calls people into the ministry to abuse anyone else's rights, whether they're sanctified, free, bond, or what. Because, He's a just God. I don't know why people think God is somebody that won't deal with everybody on an individual basis. And I went to other churches, and I couldn't figure out why am I still experiencing this problem after I left the Church of God in Christ, because I know how those people feel. I know how the Muslims feel. I know how the Jewish people feel. I know how the Mormons. I'm right now fellowshipping with LDS, Latter-day Saints. I want to know, because people say they sanctify. I don't understand. They got to stop doing something secretly toward me. That's what they explained to the police. We have on that individual a spiritual block. So they didn't check with the ones at the top, because those people will explain to them you can't put a block on somebody that's free. That's only for people that's organized and have been bribed and paid, bought into you all's organization. I have not accepted a bribe or a payoff. Someone sent me a message from Louisiana. We've already bought her a home. All she got to do is come back to Louisiana and we got her a job. All that's been done secretly and under the table, like secret wheeling and dealing without including me. But all I got to do is come back to Louisiana, and it's a fantasy that I'll have a home, and I'm scared of that kind of stuff. I knew a lady police officer. We went to cook school in the military at Fort Jackson, South Carolina. Upon her exit in the military, we both applied for jobs. I went to apply for a job as a police officer, and they told me I had to take a picture and I had to do all this. But I decided not to work for the police department, and I'm not going to say there's no good people in the police department. We have some great, outstanding officers, but in every walk of life, you have those people that are doing something secretly and underhandedly. And it shouldn't be in the ministry or in law enforcement that we have people doing something out of place. We got to get it together. It's almost 2009. Out with the old, in with the new. Get it together. 2009. We shouldn't continue with ignorancy. It's time to promote education, fairness, and justice. Thank you.
Thank you, and happy holidays to you.
Thank you. Happy holidays to you.
Anybody else like to be heard? 3-minute timer, please.
Hey, I appreciate that instead of 1 minute. Did you say 3 minutes?
Sure.
Oh, hell of a deal. I'm just bringing you up to date, and this is the reason that I came by. As you know, for many, many years, I have been struggling with efforts to try to do something about homeless and disadvantaged youth, and I've done this as a volunteer. I'm the executive director of H&E Training Schools Incorporated. It's a nonprofit 501c3 registered with the state. And all of my efforts from 1980 to present has been as a volunteer. And as discouraging as it has been for me from time to time to fight that perennial block wall, it seems like I'm about to go over it. I was very successful yesterday on reaching the head man for the HUD people here in Nevada, representing the state. I have the card of the gentleman's name, but nonetheless, he was very interested in the mobile home concept that I have been trying to implement. HUD has finally realized, because of the economic downturn, that the mobile home industry is a possible way to go with federally BLM land and coming up with the money to build mobile home parks for low-income housing and transitional housing. The key to all of it is equity, and that is when a person can have the opportunity to buy into a mobile home unit and build some equity for their future. It is a way to go to really stabilize the American dream as we know it. Unfortunately, because of the economic situation in America, most people had to go into rental, and they got rented out. And I'm talking about the homeless that can't afford their nut. And that's the issue that I've been working on. And it seems like the harder I try, the less I accomplish. But I made up my mind many years ago not to give up, and I won't. And I think I'm about to get over the perennial wall, so to speak. And if it happens, then it's very, very important that you are aware of these things. Okay? That's why I come here. I don't come here to aggravate you or sound off my horn. I come here because you are part and parcel of the dream. You are holding the apron strings. Now, you're going to go after $20 million for transitional housing and the like. The county and the North Las Vegas, they're going after $30 million. And if you're lucky enough to get those funds, my main concern is those funds are going to be used very, very, how do I say, protective.
I'm going to have to cut you short.
Yes. Well, have a nice day, and I'm not going away.
We don't want you to go away.
Good. And thank you for your time.
You're welcome. Would anyone else like to be heard at this time? All right.
Oh, one other thing. Congratulations to Betsy for her appointment.
Thank you.
She earned it.
Thank you.
Yeah, I'd like to present you with a new water source. I'm Michael with Blue Water Diamond Mining. Since Las Vegas...
We need your last name, please.
Michael Root. Since Las Vegas...
Please talk into the mic.
Since Las Vegas loses most of its water rights to dewatering by PAPCO on the Santa Fe Trail, for you guys to move your water rights to my point of diversion across from Colville Bay at mile marker 8. I can show you. Because most of Las Vegas loses its water to PAPCO's dewatering. I have a mining thing that pretty much drops down to the lake. You can move your guys' water rights to my point of diversion, which I already have done. Right here. It's right there, if you guys wish. You guys have the opportunity if you want. You could make a pipeline from there to the intake tower right across from the lake. About 7 miles. I've offered this to the state engineer that he could give me my water rights for federal mining rights, but he says that they don't exist. witness it. This is federal water rights on the Bureau of Land Management. I can mine it anytime I want. All you do is stake your claim and obtain approved drilling permit. I've applied for approved drilling permit on my mining claim. They say check with the state engineer. State engineer says federal mining water rights don't exist. I go, what's this then? Federal water rights on mining land and fines. So he said, then he said on the bottom of the letter that I could have permission to provide scientific proof that there's water underneath Lake Mead. Because right now, state engineer believes that underneath Lake Mead there's nothing there. I say there's 30 times the amount of Colorado River flows below the Colorado River than above it. They say there's nothing there. The state engineer gives me permission to provide proof to drill the well that there be 30 times the amount of water below the Colorado River than above it. So I'm planning on doing that, but then they stop me by saying, I probably for my occupancy, and they say that they don't know what water has to do with drilling. Drilling a water well has to do with mining. And mining, water rights have been used for hundreds of years. You move sand and gravel, separate it, you use it for gold. So I thought I'd just bring it to your attention that if you guys wish to, you could move your water rights to my point of origin. And if you guys wanted to help, I could get my approved drilling permit from the BLM, and we could drill it anytime you want. I could do this right now, but they'd probably say I'm trespassing, even though I have the paperwork that says that I could.
Thank you very much.
All right, thank you.
Would anyone else like to be heard at this time? All right, then we'll go on to item one.
I guess you guys are not interested in, right?
We're not allowed to take action. We can't take action during citizen participation.
So how would you guys would notify me that you guys are interested? That you want to move your water rights?
I would say that the Water Authority would contact you if they're interested.
They're not interested.
Well, they're the ones who supply, who take care of the water. I'm not going to do that to them. All right. This is item 114. This is council member recognition. Comments made by individual city council members during this portion of the agenda will not be acted upon by the city council unless that subject is on the agenda and scheduled for action. Is there any member of the council who wishes to speak under this portion of the agenda? And
I do, Your Honor.
yes.
Before you talk about something else.
Okay.
Want to wait?
Go ahead, please.
Mine are pretty minor.
Fine. No
Yet
problem.
important. If you recall Cowboy Christmas a couple of weeks ago, Floyd Lamb at Tule Springs Park, admission into the park was a non-perishable item for Jude 22. I just want to report that from that event alone, we collected 739 pounds of food for Jude 22, which is, of course, our senior food bank in the downtown area, serving those seniors that are at or below the poverty line. Total for Ward 6 through this holiday season is 1,115 pounds. Total for all locations, and I've got that number, is over 3,000 pounds of non-perishable foods for our seniors in the downtown area. And I just wanted to point that out, that we live in a wonderful city, and our residents have great big hearts. I just wanted to point that out. So
thank you very much. All right, Mayor Pro Tem?
Yes, Your Honor. Can we talk about Larry Brown?
We can talk about him if you want to waste our time.
Well, I've been wasting his time for about 12 or 13 years now. Larry and I served together on the Planning Commission, and I thought of all these ugly things I was going to say about Larry, and I couldn't really write them down. I couldn't find any of them. I've watched Larry at his kids' ball games. He loves his family. He loves City Hall, and Larry's going to miss us. I think more than we're going to miss him. And I say that, Larry, because I really think there's a better report over here than what you have over there. I've never been over there, but from what I see when I watch a little bit of their programming, It's not like what we have here, what we've had here. I know, from my perspective, I'm going to miss you. I think just walk down the hall and seeing that shiny head more than anything. You've really brought a lot to this council. You brought a lot to staff, and with me, it's not a farewell. It's not like we're not going to see each other, because I'm going to be bumming rides to St. George with you anytime I can go, or you can ride with me. Larry's daughter's going to go up there and play softball and basketball, and I love them. I love them both. And Larry has one thing that I think is important, and that's integrity. You can talk about honesty and all the other attributes that people are supposed to have, but watching him, even in the Planning Commission, his demeanor is always the same. I've seen him get mad a couple times. I've seen people get mad at him a couple times. But he always handles it with integrity. And that's important, I think. And so, Larry, all I'm going to say is, I'll buy the gas, first trip.
Thank you. Councilor Wilson?
Just a couple of observations to my good friend, Councilman and Commissioner Brown. I remember one of the first times I met you was when I came into your office about 4.5 years ago, when I was interviewing for this job. Way back when, there was some discussion about an appointment process, and a few of us were lobbying to get the appointment, and a lot of us were making appointments to go in and speak to the various council persons, and I came into your office, and you had a scorecard in front of you. Not too many people know this, but I remember looking down, and most of my other interviews with the other then councilmen were very casual meetings, and they'd ask me why I wanted to be a councilman. But when I walked into your office, you had this sheet of paper with about 15 categories, and you were scoring how we did in various categories. And I remember as the days and the weeks and the months and now the years go by, I keep asking you for that scorecard, and you don't have it.
You don't want it.
Maybe I don't want it. But that kind of goes to the quality that we've received from Councilman Brown for many, many years. And what I mean by that is he took that matter seriously, like he takes everything seriously. And all of us up here, we make tough decisions, and a lot of times we'll walk the hallways looking for some input from our colleagues and some advice and just a couple of moments to chat about a matter. And your door was always open. I always felt welcome when I walked into your office, and I always received great advice, and I'm going to miss that a lot. I'm happy for you. I'm happy for the county, because they're the ones that are benefiting, and I only wish you the best and the best of everything in your next career.
Thank you. Councilor Ross?
Thank you, Your Honor. And Councilman Brown, Commissioner-elect, you and I will continue to work together on a great many things in the Great Northwest. The mayor indicated this morning that you've certainly left your fingerprints on this community, especially when it comes to parks and recreation. You have been a mentor and certainly a teacher to me and helped me become a better city councilman. I'm a little jealous of the county because of your great commitment to the citizens of Ward 4, which Ward 6 was once part of before the realignments took place several years ago. You have a great understanding of what's going on in the Northwest. You always have. Your commitment to our children and the youth in this community is second to none. I mean, I don't know of anybody. A while ago we were naming parks and naming one thing or another, and of course your name kept coming up, and I think that was a tribute to who you are and what you've done for this community. You're going over to the county to do the same thing because we know you so well. You're going to continue the great things that you've already started here at the city, and hopefully some of that's rubbed off on some of us so we can continue to do that in our roles here as city council people. Congratulations. I will certainly miss you, but I'm also certainly looking forward to working with you and increasing the relationship between the city and county government.
Thank you. Councilor Barlow?
Thank you, Mayor. Councilman, Commissioner-elect Brown, I actually have a lot to say in so many respects, specifically as serving as a liaison since 1999 and having an opportunity to have taken some trips with you to the east and the west. And I'll stick to the promise. What happens out of state remains out of state. So I'll wait till you get over to the county and then I'll release the information. But thank you so much for the advice and the leadership that you've shown on this council. And you've always treated me with respect and shared a lot of insight prior to even coming on the council. And it just really connected. I really connected with you coming onto the council because you shared so much information with me as a liaison, and then even more so as a council person, and the importance and a lot of the things I needed to look out for and what would make me a great council person representing my district. And so for that, I'm grateful for your mentorship, and you most definitely will be missed in my heart because you most definitely have been a beacon and a pillar here on this council. And the next representative coming in not only has shoes to fill on this council, but all of the great things and the wonderful things that you did out in your ward for them to keep up and excel as well. It's bittersweet in the sense that the county is most definitely receiving someone that is great to take over, I believe, Commission District C over at the county and continue to do the great work. So my words to you in closing would be good luck to you, and God bless you, and keep up the good work. And I look forward to working with you continually through our years.
Thank you. And I'm sick over you leaving. I really am. You know, I'm computer illiterate. I'm sort of like a dinosaur, and I'm the only guy up here who really doesn't know how to use this computer. And I'm sure going to miss during these council meetings getting my line information for my sports betting off of your computer. And every once in a while, I'll cheer up with a little soft porn off of your computer. And occasionally, there's a recipe for guacamole on your computer. So I don't know what I'm going to do without it. I might have to pay attention to some of these things that come before us now. But the truth of the matter is, and what Larry has really done, with me at least, because I have a bad tendency, sometimes I shoot from the hip and my mouth works before my brain, and he has been a sobering force for me on many an occasion when I get hot over something and say, I'm going to do this or I'm going to do that. And in his very calm manner, he sits back there and he says, maybe you shouldn't do it right now. Why don't you think this through? Maybe it's better to go this way. And terrific sounding board. He has had his office next to mine for, the whole time. Or not. Just about the whole time that I've been up here, and close to 10 years. And his door is always open. I like to think mine is always open. And we chat with one another just about every day, several times a day, and keep each other advised as to the progress of our families. I think we feel like our families are each other's families in many respects. He always wants to know what my children are doing, how the grandchildren are doing, and when they come up, he plays ball with them, and I always look forward to seeing his son and the two girls come up to the office and chatting to see how they're progressing. And this community has really been made a much better place as a result of his presence. It's a good thing he really couldn't pitch, because he probably would have gone up to the majors, and we wouldn't have had him playing with the Stars and then coming over and working with the city. What was the farm club? He would have been down in San Diego in Councilman Wilson's red light district, or whatever you called it. What were you talking about this morning? Gas lamp district. And we really wouldn't have had the great counsel and expertise that he's brought to us. And as I said this morning, we love you, we admire you, we respect you, and you can't be replaced. We're going to miss you something terrible, and I just hope that you remember where you came from.
You can forget us.
Thank you. Meeting adjourned?
Nope. Nope, I saw him packing away between shots of pretty women all afternoon.
I just can't get over the vote I lost. Last vote.
I think it's the first one you lost, right?
11 and a half years.
Right.
It's the first vote. And, Your Honor, I did jot down some notes, and I would ask your indulgence, because I've thought about this now for certainly the last couple weeks, and as things narrowed down to today, I tried to find some words that could certainly express all my emotions. I talked to Councilman Ross this morning on the way out of the morning session, and the good news is I'm not leaving public service. I think it would be an entirely different feeling if I was not heading to additional public service at the county, or if I was moving back to the private sector or other places. But the one thing that struck me more than anything else is that it's truly been an honor to serve the people, serve with this council, serve in Las Vegas. We've talked about it before, but you hear it all the time, and even in today's economic times, if you look back, certainly over the last decade, be it an elected official or a city manager or an engineer, an attorney, it's just been a fantastic opportunity, a snapshot in time to be in any profession here in Las Vegas. Just trying to go down the laundry list of things that we've experienced here, not certainly during my tenure, the new millennium, our celebration of the centennial, so many special events through the Convention Authority, first-time events. So that opportunity that's presented itself, it's been just unbelievable, indescribable, and yet a part of me understands that my tenure here on the City Council is just, as I like to frame it, just a snapshot in time. It's a chapter of a never-ending story, and certainly the story is local government. The city will continue and survive a lot longer than our terms of service here, and that's so important. And local government, I think, is where it's at. It's the action. It's all politics is local. We are certainly the front line of the people, for the people, by the people, and that's important. We often hear about the importance of our congressional delegation, our state officials, our governor, and even the county official. But nothing compares to what we do day in and day out. And I'd like to make sure that the comments I direct towards my colleagues up here are directly attributed to the team of employees we have at the city. Because when I say we, I mean certainly the City Council and the entire staff. But our snapshot, our chapter in this local government story is it's been pretty basic. The similarities, the consistencies, we certainly each meeting try to address any inequities from the past, make our ordinances stronger, our community stronger, our processes stronger that we may have failed us in the past, and address the issues of today. I think perhaps our most important role is continuing to build the foundation of the city of Las Vegas so that our successors, when they take the baton from our hands, feel that they're in a better place, that we've touched the community and made our community a little bit better than what we found it. And I think that's certainly an indication of the success. Government is, from my perspective, is pretty simple, especially what we do here at the local level. It's public safety, it's public works, and it's public service. Nothing will ever convince me that anything is more important than our public safety. That's our police, our fire, our judiciary, because we, more than anything else we do, we have to make sure that our citizens are safe. the public works. When you strip a lot of the stuff at City Hall away, we're in the business of building roads and parks and making sure we have clean water and sewer and the natural resources. And those two amount to simply public service, which I don't think you can find a more honorable profession. Our ability as a council to restore the faith that people perhaps have lost in government at the local level, right up to the national level. We have that ability every day, and that's something I've never taken for granted. To make a difference in people's lives, good or bad, we will impact their lives, and that's something that we can never take for granted. And I don't think this council does. I think we do a lot of great work because the citizens have bestowed upon us a tremendous responsibility. What we do each and every day does make a difference. And the question I was asking myself the last few weeks, not only from the Ward 4 perspective, but from a city council and a city of Las Vegas perspective, have we been successful in our little snapshot, in our little chapter? Have we been successful in doing what the citizens have elected us to do? And it's interesting that you look at the diversity on this council, the diversity in our backgrounds, our professions, our approaches, our beliefs, our faith. We've been united by, with the exception of the mayor, by the citizens in our ward that elect us, and yet now we are put into a situation where we have to build consensus among all that diversity for the betterment of the community. It's a tremendous, tremendous responsibility, and that sometimes is overlooked. Our ability, and I've been now 11 and a half years on the city council, our ability to drive our public policy towards consensus is remarkable. I know that we individually we differ on a lot of issues, but most of the time, and at the end of the day, through staff input and city council decisions, a tremendous consensus comes out, which is for the betterment of the community. And as we try to rate the success, I think we mentioned some of the projects this morning, the RDA being one. It's just phenomenal. We've talked before about incremental success, whereas would love for the Grand Slam to come in and to have everything happen at once, but that's not how government works. And it's not until we're away from today and are able to look back retrospectively can we start gauging success or failure. And the RDA is a great example where 10 or 15 years ago with Scott Adams' chart today, if someone said, how's the RDA doing? You'd look and say, wow, it's dead. And now we're 22 years into it, and it's become so successful that a lot of people are interested in that success and sharing in that success. Our park system, certainly many of our legacy projects are ward-driven, but for the fact that those ward-driven initiatives end up before this council as a whole and are pushed, I don't think we would have accomplished what we've done today. But I can certainly feel comfortable in saying publicly that we have created one of the finest park systems in the nation. And that's just not Ward 4, that's citywide. Our community centers, our parks, our trails, everything that we've done is unparalleled. We have some of just the finest public amenities that you'll find anywhere. Centennial Hills recently acknowledged one of the world-class award winners, and that's special. That's our ability to kind of look back and say, yep, I think we're on the right track. And we're also open for criticism, which comes with the territory, and I think those that have been in this game and those that are attempting to get in the game or have been in the game understand that it's part of what we do, and you have to develop a tough skin. I, for one, was naive to think when I first got elected that I could please everybody all the time. That certainly hasn't happened, and I think it's, again, it's part of what we do. With respect to the Fourth Estate, the media coverage of City Hall, I think it's often easy to criticize. Our city reporters have a tough job. They have to take tremendous financial information and RDA presentations that take 45 minutes and put it into 8 column inches. But it's easy. It's easy to criticize. And again, it's at times difficult to get through the criticism and communicate what we're really doing and what we're really accomplishing. That's part of what we do. This council has heard me say before that I strongly believe, and I mentioned it this morning, that there's a silent majority out there. And those are the people that we don't see writing letters to the editors. We don't see on the news criticizing what's happening in Las Vegas or what government is doing or failing to do. But they're out there, and if we continue as a council and elected officials to communicate with them, explain our decision-making, break down some of the traditional bureaucracies here, make them feel comfortable with not only interacting with City Hall, but understanding what and why we do, we'll accomplish our mission. That silent majority, I feel, from the feedback I receive in the Northwest, are comfortable with where we're heading and what we've accomplished and what we want to accomplish. They elect us to make those decisions. So never, despite the easy way of criticism and all too often the condemnation of government, be strong in our belief that that silent majority is there and appreciate what we're doing as a city council. The economy, the economic situation is another thing I'd like to proclaim publicly, that I think it's a great opportunity what we're going through. We, Mr. Houchins, and his infamous charts of when revenues and labor costs and everything else would cross, I think originally we talked about this 6 or 7 years ago, and 2013 was the year that would have to do something. Well, obviously that's been accelerated, but it's a great opportunity for us to change. And I don't want to be an apologist for government or an apologist for bureaucracy. There are a lot of reasons why we're at the point now with how we run government. But change is not only necessary, it's mandatory now. And it's never been so exposed as far as the times we're in now. I'd like to congratulate Dr. Selby in a lot of the things that this city and city council have been doing years before the economic times we're facing now. And that is changing the way we do business, looking at efficiencies, our budgeting process, the fundamental service review, all these pieces, and going back to the incremental change, all these pieces are truly changing the face of government, but we're too close to it to acknowledge it. Only when we get out and look, again, retrospectively, will we see some of the improvements we've made. But more needs to be done. Right now, the mayor has certainly made the call to everyone involved in labor and the labor cost at City Hall. And I'm optimistic. I'm optimistic that the realization from all employees that things have changed. That you certainly never say never, but I'm not so sure we'll ever see the prolonged double-digit growth that this city's experienced. When we come out of this downturn, we'll be a different city. We'll be a far more mature community. We hope that the growth will pick up, but I don't think it will ever get back to those levels. And that is going to force us to look at the cost of doing business, the cost of being a public agency. Again, I'm optimistic. I think there's enough leadership within our labor unions and with our manager's office and our appointed personnel that having a job, insurance, and benefits is critically important. And the days of automatic raises and automatic this and automatic that, I think they'll come to an end. We can't go back and change what we've done, but we can certainly start today and, again, build that foundation for tomorrow. There's a lot of things we need to focus on. There's a lot of opportunities out there. The council is certainly doing a lot along those lines. And at the end of the day, I just need to say thank you. Most of my adult life has been involved as a post ball player in public service, be it with the city originally as a full-time employee in economic development, and 7 years at the Water District, and certainly the last 11 and a half years here. So public service has been most of what I've done my adult life. And it's an opportunity that I could thank hundreds of people that have impacted my lives. I appreciate the comments that my colleagues have made, but it's reciprocal. There's very few opportunities or times in the past 11 and a half years that I haven't learned something. Learned something from you sitting up here, certainly from the employees here at City Hall. Margot's the face that's in front of me, so planning, a profession, public works, a profession, the engineering side of the house, the architectural side. They've taught me so much, not only about government, but about the delivery of governmental services. And that's something that I'll have a debt of gratitude to so many people here. They've certainly enriched my life professionally, given me the opportunity to grow and learn. And that's something everyone can't say anymore. So I would start my thank yous with the great team at City Hall. From the custodians that I run into every day downstairs in the bowels of City Hall on the way in, way out, to the professionals on each and every floor. Dr. Selby, our friendship has now going on the second decade. And we spoke to your personal integrity and the wonderful job you've done as city manager, creating a tremendous workforce and a strong senior leadership team. Betsy, you guys have been great. You've always treated me with respect. You've always been honest, sometimes with a blatant and very blunt honesty that I needed. And I thank you for that. Again, it's enriched my life. To my colleagues, where do I start?
With me?
Probably not.
Oh.
Probably not. If you've noticed my comments about people I've learned things from. Well, no, I take that back, because I do have your bookmaker on speed dial, not that I ever use them, so I have learned a few things. Mr. Barlow, you've been amazing. And I've mentioned this to the mayor. You came on board as an elected official, rolled up your sleeves, and you're there every day. You have your staff in there, you're meeting with your constituents, you're meeting with applicants. You are putting your heart and soul into it. And that's about all you need to succeed in this job, is your approach has been, bring it on. I've just been so impressed with how you've taken on to this role. And our friendship goes back a lot longer than elected officials. And you're right, we will keep what happens out of state, out of state. Down this end, Councilman Wolfson, I can honestly say I've enjoyed your growth, and I will share you that matrix. You weren't first in the matrix of applications. I had a tremendous bias to that other guy that we all know. But I'll show you that matrix. And the amazing thing is, you came into the City Hall as a criminal defense attorney. And the only other person I've known that has come into City Hall with that background, I was just hoping it wouldn't be you, the same approach. And I say that facetiously. But Steve, you've taken to this public policy and this public service like it's something you've been doing all your life or should have been doing all your life. You really have come to terms with all the bureaucracy and dealing with the departments, and your inquisitive nature certainly has stood out. But just over the last year, discourse here and in our briefings and throughout, it's great to be sitting beside you. It's a great reflection on the elected official that you've become. And not that no one expected that. It's just you've established yourself. And certainly the Ward 2 residents are tremendously served. And Councilman Ross, you're next. I don't have to say much about you because our partnership continues. But certainly, and I'll throw Commissioner Maxfield in, certainly what has happened since Chip came in and since you've come on board in the Northwest has been, again, nothing short of remarkable. The bitter feelings of the Northwest and a lot of the challenges, the growth and the urban versus rural and the equestrian and what we've been able to accomplish, and I say we have been able to accomplish out there, has been fantastic. It's been an honor to be part of that process, and I say that to Commissioner Maxfield, and I say that to you. And your ability to go into the neighborhoods and your ability to get down at that personal level with the individual, with the family, with the homeowners association is a rare trait, and don't ever lose that. Again, I look forward to continuing our relationship to protect and preserve what we have out in the Northwest. Mayor Pro Tem, we had the good fortune of serving on the Planning Commission years ago. And anyone that has ever brought up your name, almost to a person, will say he's one of the finest human beings I've ever met. And you are. Gary Reese, what you see is what you get. You are honest. You are fair. You're always coming in here to do the right thing. And you've left your mark on this building. You're going to be leaving, I guess after I leave, you two become the lame ducks. And you'll have to go through this period of reflection. But yeah, you've been more than a friend. You've been a confidant. You've been my barber, for the record. But I hope that when I leave public office, people speak of me like I hear people speak of you. Because you can't fake that. When people talk about Gary Reese, it's just raw human emotion that people love and respect, as do I. Mayor Goodman, anybody but Oscar for mayor. If we all remember that headlines, when was that?
10 years ago.
10 years ago. I didn't, to be honest, I never knew who you were. I had
Well, you didn't kill anybody. That's why.
well, that's true. And I heard this guy was running for mayor, and we were going through a tremendous transition at City Hall, and I'm thinking, well, paper says anybody but Oscar, so that means I'm probably liking this guy. And if you recall, upon you winning the election, I was summoned, and I used the word summoned. It might have been Chief of Staff Cassidy that summoned me. Mayor-elect Goodman would like to meet you. And by that time, I started hearing some of the stories about the old days. And we met down at the Denny's restaurant in the shadows of the Stratosphere. And he had his entourage meet me at the front door and escort me back to the table. And he didn't have his back to the door from his old days. He was facing the door, but he made me sit with my back to the door. And that was the first time I had ever had the opportunity to meet you. And you talk about first impressions. You are the happiest mayor in the world, but you're also one of the most unique individuals that I've ever been fortunate enough to work with. Not only your intellect, your persona, and as much as we love that public persona, I've grown to love even more the public service persona. You don't know how to say no. Everything you do out of that office is to make Las Vegas a better place. Even if it's speaking to the Boy Scouts in Pahrump, who to this day believe you're the mayor of Pahrump also. But I've enjoyed our conversations in your office. They've made me a better person. They've made me a stronger person. They've given me tremendous insight. You've been a person I can go to for professional issues, for personal issues. Been blessed that I've been able to meet your family and interact with your family. And that's what makes it so special. There's this snapshot, this chapter in time that we're in is, I don't think it can ever be replaced or duplicated. We, and Councilwoman is certainly part of this, we are such a unique group of diverse backgrounds that have come together at a critical time of Las Vegas to do what so many people would love to do, and that's day in and day out, try to impact the lives of those around us. And that's why I go back that it truly has been an honor to serve. Most importantly, I need to thank my family. And I don't get emotional too often, but pretty close this morning. When David Riggleman threw up that Christmas lighting picture, and that had to be when I first came on, because I had my youngest, Shannon, in my arms. And I don't even remember when I could pick up my kids and keep them in one arm. But that was indicative of the fact that not only have I grown up with the city professionally, but my family's grown up. And each one of us sitting up here understands the sacrifice that's made, and the people that are impacted most by what we do are our families, directly and indirectly. I don't think without the support of our spouses and our kids and our closest friends, we could even attempt to do what we are doing each and every day. So I would like to publicly thank my son Larry and my daughters Jonna and Shannon, my wife Celeste, because they have been my sanctuary. Whatever we do here, when I get to the house, or when I get to the gym, or when I'm able to share in that family time, it put things in perspective, and it kept things in perspective. I can't thank them enough, and they are likewise supportive of my next chapter across the railroad tracks. So to everyone, thank you for your indulgence here. I didn't go off my notes, unfortunately. I probably missed a lot of things I wanted to say. But I wish each and every one of you up here, throughout City Hall and throughout the city of Las Vegas, continued best wishes for health, for happiness, and may God bless you and yours. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you. Meeting's adjourned.